Oh. Hello. Oh. That's blinding. That does not look good. Webcam only? Let's do that. Let me post the link in the Discord and then we will get going. Ideally. Let me check my audio. Alright, audio is good. Like, wow, chat. Like, wow. Like, what am I even looking at, chat? Like, wow. Wow. Hey, everyone, live. Whoa, there's a link. That's crazy. That's fucking wild, dude. Why am I behind? That's not normal. No, don't report myself. Why would I want to report myself? Why is that an option? Hold on. It's Patriot time. It is Patriot time. Live now. Sweet. 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 Generic. Oh, I forgot to credit Carl. Shit! Okay, I'll credit him post-stream. What are we talking about today? Let's get to it. Oh yeah, I definitely haven't heard this one in a YouTube video before. Okay. First up on the list today, Surefire decided to announce a new suppressor recently, which conveniently, well, actually unconveniently for them, does look like a foreskin. The RC4-skin, non-kosher suppressor, will not be getting any Israeli military contracts. Man, that's funny. It's quite the flasher. Maybe I don't want an RC2. Maybe not. That flash is pretty bad. That's worse than what I get on a No, my stream's behind for some reason. That's worse than what I got on a Mozo break. Yeah, that's it. Haha. Jews don't like this suppressor. It's unkosher. That's my only joke. That's my only commentary. All I know is it's fucking ugly, and even if this thing is good, don't buy it just because it looks bad. Well, in the apocalypse, you don't need to look good. Listen, pal. It's drip or drown, and brother, I better be floating. Kill me now, please. Next up, we have Glock Bensoni. I've now heard from multiple sources that Glock will be discontinuing much of its current line in favor of new models that will not... Man, this fucking sucks. Hold on. There we go. No, this one's still used. The no copyright ecosystem is not very nice. Nothing against Carl. He's got good no copyright stuff. It's just, man, every YouTuber and their mother has fucking used this shit before. Okay. Yeah, so Glock is discontinuing all of their models, except for the 43, 43X, and 48X, because stupid fucking leftist states have sued Glock, and California has made Glocks illegal because they are readily convertible into machine gun. By the way, this is an insanely fucking slippery slope. Like, you want to talk about easily convertible, this thing right next to me, all you need is like a little $5 part, and you need to drill another third hole in there, which I would never do, because I have a dog that I do not wish to get shot. And, then it's a machine gun. All you got to do is put an FRT in there too, and it's like it's not a machine gun, but the most leftist retard judges would see it as one. So this logic that we can ban shit or sue people because their product is readily convertible, which by the way is nonsense in itself. Since when did we punish companies because someone could alter their product? That's fucking retarded. But it's such a slippery slope because damn near every semi-auto gun, all you got to do is... Never mind, I'm not going to incriminate myself. Listen, almost every semi-auto gun can be converted to full auto if you're smart enough. Or if you're willing to buy like a $15 Switch off Temu. Yeah, all will be non-MOS, no pricing changes. Yeah, so they're going to completely redo all the Glocks and make Glock V models, which is a stupid fucking idea because for one, then half the aftermarket is now invalid. Half the aftermarket is fucking useless. Also, good luck getting spare parts now, because now you gotta buy the new shit. Also, I'm not convinced that out of nowhere, after selling the same Glock model for what, like 30 years now, they're just gonna come out with a new one and like completely different internal geometry, and somehow it's going to be just as reliable and just as good as the OG Glocks. Really? I hate Cali so much. Me too, man. I don't see why, if you're right wing, you like Second Amendment. If you have a brain, I don't see why you would subject yourself to still being in California. Listen, I'll be fully open and honest. I was born there. I escaped when I was like fucking 13. Like even when I was a kid, it was shit there. Like, do you know how bad your state has to be for someone like me to have a fucking memory? Like walking home in middle school and damn near every day you'd see at least 2 or 3 homeless men fucking staring you down. Mind you, I was the lucky one. I had like maybe a 10-minute walk home at most. I already had to deal with it that much. Imagine if you're one of the poor bastards that has to walk like 20, 30 minutes home. That's fucking awful. Yeah, Cali, this is why I don't get why, Nick Fuentes is, rooting for Gavin Newsom. It's like, yeah, I'd love my state to look like that. That's awesome. I would love to see homeless people on every corner and drag queens in my school reading to my children about fucking dildos and butt plugs. That's what I want. That's the state I want to live in. Fucking retard. By far his dumbest take. As for Glock, this right here, listen, I don't care if, oh, California and these liberal states forced their hand. Glock fucking bent the knee. They bent the knee to the anti-gunners. So, I'm never gonna buy one of their fucking pistols. At least not new. Maybe I'll buy used for a review sometime. Maybe I'll buy used, but I'm not giving them money. I'm not buying a new one. Fuck Glock. Fuck Glock. Yeah, because some North American pavement apes decided to illegally modify our handguns, we're gonna bend the knee to liberal states and completely discontinue all our popular models. Good going. Fucking idiots. Oh, I'm getting heated. Now, on to Anduril. They might be handling some things that YouTube doesn't like. Oh. I'm not banned, am I? Did I just get a strike? did I get a strike? I hope not. That wouldn't be fun. We're good? Okay, I'm gonna assume we're good. Yeah, so this is a new helmet, and heads-up display night vision thermal AI overlay system for helmets. Now, you better believe this shit costs like 70 grand. There's no way it's getting in the citizens' hands, which already is a red flag. Anything our military that can have, that the civilians can't have, I'm not that big of a fan of. Well, I mean, we could probably buy it, but it's definitely not in anyone's fucking price range. That's for sure. So that's a problem. We already have this problem in the basic night vision market, and this is just OP. I'll just let it play. Banned live, love to see it. Dude, I did get a strike and get a stream taken down before, because the guy, not even me myself, the guy I was reacting to was handling an AR. I didn't even take that off the wall and handle it. The dude in the video I was reacting to picked up a gun. And YouTube gave me a strike for handling firearms. God, I love YouTube. I love that there's no alternatives. It's awesome. But yeah, let's look at this.
Alpha set.
Fucking thermal AI overlay. You got the mini map in the corner. You got a highlight. Oh, dude, that's fucking terrifying. Now, granted, no amount of equipment will ever make you a better shooter. No amount of equipment will ever make you a better fighter. However, I mean, let's just look at this for what it is. If you think you're going... Okay. If you're going against someone else at nighttime, like, even if you have nods, someone at the same exact skill level as you that has this, and you have regular nods, you're fucked. You're fucked. There's nothing you can fucking do. God, that's terrifying. This is why leftists who don't even believe in guns in the first place are fucking stupid when they're like, yeah, well, wait for the socialist revolution, comrade. It's like, first of all, you guys don't even buy or train with guns, and those of you that do usually just end up killing yourself after committing a mass atrocity. So for those of you that are still alive, you really think you're fighting against... Look at this shit. Dude. You got a mini-map, you got the red dot on the mini-map, you got the dude highlight... You're not fighting back against this. Now the comments are funny. Reported for wall hacking, aim hacking, other hacking. 20 trillion to Andrew. Yeah, the cat ears are cursed, and they are a bit of a weeb. I will say, though, with the face shield is fucking sick, dude. That looks like... Hold on, let me... Infinite Warfare poster. Yeah, this looks like the Infinite Warfare warfighter. Dude, it looks so fucking cool. Yeah, this one's crazy though. Let's see if I can skip there without getting banned. Yeah, so they've got the teammates. They're going behind the container. You fucking track them through the wall, dude. Oh, it's real, by the way. This all works because you have, like, a drone that's relaying AI information into the heads-up display. It's fucking... You're not fighting against this, dude. Guys, are you glad that the 30,000 rounds that you put down range this year in training are now useless? Dude, any kill, like someone like foreign invading force or like shit hits the fan scenario, any kill you get against a guy wearing this shit is pure luck. It's pure luck that you get a shot on them. You don't fight back against someone that can see through walls. Oh, dude, that's fucking stress. That scares the shit out of me. Anyways, yeah, no, stuff like that. Fuck, that's terrifying. Sort of, they don't believe in gun rights, but their favorite rapists and murderers use them. Yeah. The Troon's favorite school shooters use them. A minimap is what? Dude, it's literally a fucking minimap. Look at that shit. That's just scary. There's no winning against that. If they have that and you don't, you're fucked. You're fucked. There's no escaping. There's literally no... God. Like, you might think I'm exaggerating. That shit actually scares the fuck out of me. Because you know you're not getting it in civilian hands. You can't equal the playing field in our made up shit hits the fan tyrannical government rebellion scenario. So only the bad guys are gonna have that. You though think you're gonna do something with your regular nods. Like, the best you're going to do is a nods and thermal overlay setup. Even then, you can't track people through walls. Does that mean you should not get nods or thermals? You should still get them. They're a massive force multiplier. If Marines got a hold of this, we would have won in Afghanistan. With how expensive that's going to be, I anticipate these being like 70 grand per helmet. Because this is just insane. That's not even including like the supporting equipment. But you get that. These are probably only going to the high level guys, but if Marines got a hold of this, we would have won in Afghanistan. Absolutely. Imagine the phase we get to once these are handed out to every soldier. You're fucked. You can't do anything. You want to hear something even scarier? Like, drone warfare is already terrifying. And we've already found a way to equip drones with AI so that AI can fly the drones. Now imagine this technology with the seeing and tracking through walls. And then on top of that, you combine that with AI controlled drones. Dude, if we have any real shit hits the fan scenario, we're fighting against Skynet. Just put the fries in the bag, bro. Yeah, stock up, get a shotgun, semi-auto. Stock up on a shit ton of 12 gauge. Which, by the way, the reason, let me make sure that's lined up. The reason that the shotgun is not on the wall anymore is because these came loose. It can't hold the weight of even my regular rifle. So if I'm going to have anything displayed on the wall, I'm going to put it on the good hooks. It's going to be the good rifle. So yeah, get some drywall makers. Yeah. I think I should just get a nice piece of furniture that's like a rack. I can have my plate carrier, my rifle, shotgun, have that set up. I want to do that. It costs money though. Anyways, now on to my least favorite thing from this week. We're gonna do this live. I might edit this a little bit. But I am going to do this live. I'm going to do this live. roping it off the dome? Is that the free? I don't know. What is up, my step bros and step hoes? Time for my least favorite thing of the day, the EXPS3 HD. And I'm going to give you my reasons live why you should not buy this. And for proof that I know what the fuck I'm talking about, here's my Eotech EXPS3-0 on the rifle behind me. And if it looks weird, what's up? If it looks weird, that's because it is on a Unity riser. So I do have an experience with one. I have about 6,000, 7,000 rounds on this optic by now. Somewhere in that ballpark. Well, I don't know. If I edit this, I'll edit in what the actual amount is, but a better estimation. Point is, it's a fucking lot. I have more time behind this optic than any other, so I like to think I know what I'm talking about. Only thing I don't is night vision performance, because I'm too poor for that shit. So the EXPS3 HD, undeniably the worst version of the Eotech. Now we have a scroll wheel knob for adjusting brightness. That's not really an improvement nor a downgrade. It's just kind of a preference thing. Personally, I like the push button system that Eotech does. But as a quirk of that, you have around maybe, I'd say, 13 brightness settings most. You definitely have less night vision settings. Let's just read this real quick. The EXPS3 HD advances Eotech's legacy of holographic excellence, integrating a side rotary dial, adaptive auto brightness, and rapid activation shake awake inside a durable all-aluminum housing. Yeah, here's the thing. The only thing that sounds interesting to me is maybe the auto brightness. That could be good depending on how they implement it. However, that is another failure point because we're complicating the design more. Now, the wheel, first off, downgrade. That leaves us with less brightness settings, less night vision settings, which, mind you, one of the greatest appeals of an Eotech is the grade A night vision performance. Now that is gone. And then on top of that, we're going to have less total brightness. The scroll wheel over the push buttons on the Eotech is subjective, but personally, I like the buttons more. Shake awake is definitely the worst feature here because every shake awake optic I have had, such as the Zolcy Oak C or the Romeo 5, are very, very bad or very sensitive about their shake awake. Like, if you are walking around in your house, the vibrations from that is usually enough to set them off. It might sound like I'm using hyperbole or I'm exaggerating. I'm not. Either that or they usually have parasitic battery drain. It's one of the two or both. Like my Romeo 5, for example. I have to change the batteries in those almost every 2 weeks because it's damn near constantly on. Now here's the thing. A lot of those dots have better battery life than the Eotech, which, by the way, I don't think the battery life on the Eotech, the 1,000 hours, is that bad. However, the thing is, the reason for that is because of the settings. You press the up arrow, you get 8 hours on. You press the down arrow, you get 4 hours on. So you control when it's on and off, and it's not on for too long. So you're not draining your battery too fast. Now, it becomes a problem now because you have still the 1,000 hours of battery life. And now on top of that, the shake awake's going to keep it pretty much on all the time. So that you're going to have to be replacing those batteries non-stop. And the thing that sucks too is that CR123s are not cheap. They're like $1, $2 a battery, which doesn't sound that bad until you consider that you can get like a 12 pack of AAAs for like maybe $5, $6. This though, CR123s, you're flushing them down the drain. Also, like, Shake Awake isn't even that much of a benefit. How hard is it for you to press a button? Like, if you're in such an emergency that you don't even have time to press a button to activate your optic, then you're probably fucked either way. And also, you could say, oh, well, what if I wake up in the middle of the night and there's some weirdo standing at the end of my bed and I need my optic to be on? If he's that close to you, you don't even need the optic. Just fucking point shoot at that point. Shake Awake is not, it's not a benefit. It's just, it's a drawback. Eotech's proven reliability and performance remain at the core of the EXPS3 HD. X to doubt. Shake Awake, less battery life, less brightness settings. Now with enhanced functionality and design, it delivers the same fast, both eyes open engagement, but with greater peripheral awareness thanks to the removal of the traditional protective hood. Something that would never come into play because you're shooting with both eyes open, so your brain is going to blur that image to the point where you're basically seeing through the solid housing of the optic. Practically like X-ray vision. So that's not even a factor. Also, one of the protective hood was what helps with the durability, so I'm not sure why they're ditching that. The left side rotary dial maintains compatibility with magnifiers, offering unobstructed access to controls, and the 1.74 centerline height supports a lower 1/3 co-witness with iron sights. That can be very nice. The Eotech XPS3, the regular one, does kind of suck if you're trying to get a co-witness with iron sights. I had pretty tall, like, fixed Daniel Defense iron sights, and I was just barely seeing it. Like, it's such a narrow line of sight through those irons trying to get it to co-witness that half your vision through the rear peep sight is cut off. So that is an upgrade. However, doesn't warrant the price, which we are going to get to in a minute. He's wearing the shirt. I am wearing the shirt. And the 1. Oh, I read that already. How do you improve a legendary optic? The EXPS3 HD is your answer. Yeah, considering all the drawbacks we've already talked about, which, by the way, I'd like to add one more. It's just fucking ugly, dude. It's just fucking ugly. God. It looks like if you fed AI a picture of the regular Eotech EXPS3 and you asked it to generate an image of it. Now let's look real quick at the MSRP XPS3 HD. No, wait, that's the wrong one. I can't find it, but if I edit this later, I'll put it on screen. Yeah, the biggest downside of this is that now we've gone from $700, which, by the way, if you buy an Eotech, as good as they are, get them on sale. They're still not worth $700. Get them for like $500 on sale. But now, the HD, after being a complete downgrade, the HD is going to be $1,000 for the minimum advertised price. The minimum advertised price is $1,000 for a bad one. Buy the evil Temu $20 Eotech. That might be a fun idea. I'm actually kind of tempted to buy one of the shitty Amazon Eotech clones and like do a comparison review to them, to the real Eotech. Like, I know it's shit, but it's so low cost and so cheap that I'm basically not wasting money. Like, I'm wasting pennies at that rate. I'm kind of tempted. I love knockoffs made by Chinese kids. Funnily enough, though, I do need an optic for my BCM because I should be getting a new lower by the end of the year. So maybe we'll do that. It could be funny. I'll do it at some point. Now we have something cool for once. The Warp 15 from Wraithworks, a 5-pound polymer AR. It's more similar to a SCAR. We'll get to it in a second. With clamshell upper using aluminum trunnion, steel reinforced rear takedown pin. Center, the Carbon Max, a monolithic upper. Oh, yeah. Okay, never mind. That one is the AR right there. The Carbon Max, a monolithic upper composite rifle using AR-15 operating system. This is the one I'm really interested in. The rest of these, I'll be honest, no offense, Wraithworks, I don't fucking give a shit. Now, the Wraithworks, this is really cool. This guy right here, it's got kind of like an ACR look. You know what it reminds me of, actually? Let me look it up. Resident Evil 7. Thor's hammer. It reminds me of that wacky 12-gauge semi-auto shotgun in Resident Evil 7. That's what it kind of reminds me of. It looks very cool, in my opinion. But it's very cool. That should be very, very lightweight, because that is almost all carbon fiber, if you see. And judging from the look of it, it should be compatible with AR safeties, grips, and triggers. The mag release too. Very cool looking gun. I mean, $20 wouldn't really end your life. Yeah, the ammo cost for testing it would cost more than the $20 on the optic. Yeah, I just forgo like some snacks for a week, and there we go. That's the big sacrifice. This is very cool though, especially since it looks there like you can use the rifle speed. It's very, very interesting stuff. I'm asking them. Hopefully, they'll reply to me at some point. I should have asked about the Carbon Max. Let me add. Or the Carbon Max. Yeah, they're still testing it. I want to know what the MSRP on that bad boy is, because it is very cool conceptually. It looks cool, and that could be pretty practical if it is both durable and obviously really lightweight because it's carbon fiber. Very, very cool stuff. What is this one? Oh yeah, we have Mormons being funny again. So we have this one here. Evidence that Jesus appeared in the Americas. This is the evidence. The Book of Mormon. Yeah, like I pointed out here, my evidence that Joseph Smith met God is because Joseph Smith says so. Totally not a circular argument. Gotta love Mormons. It's very funny to me. Now for the reaction time, because I'm very original. We're going to react to stuff now. If you have stuff for me to react to, send me videos in the Stream Vids channel in the Discord. If there are slurs and or people handling guns, leave a label or leave a warning label on it when you post it, because both of those things might get me banned. Slurs we can use in the second hour of, or not the second, after the 2-hour mark in the stream. YouTube stops caring. As for guns, like the AI will automatically pick up on it and ban me if that is there. So definitely mark it if there's guns there, because I'm definitely going to ban. get banned. Anyways, now we're going to mock this fucking retard named Paladin Pros. He's a bigger channel than me, so it's not punching down. Gaming has an insecure men prom. Now, if you're a rational, level-headed person such as myself, you would assume they're talking about communist retards. You'd assume that they're talking about communist retards that drink Soylent and like we all know what an actually insecure man is, but no, this is the leftist retard definition of secure man, which is insecure men, which is just men that I disagree with, and we're going to get to it because it's very, very funny. Mr. Crayola, I sent 2 videos. We need live reactions ASAP. Oh, God. Alright. This fucking thumbnail on this first one. Trying to figure out where the fuck this is gonna go. The way that fucking morphed, bro. That's great. No, hold on. No, I need that initial image here. That's fucking gold. That is gold. I'm screenshotting that. That's gonna be my profile picture on Discord. I'm changing that to be my profile picture on Discord later. Alright. I'm gonna get the other one, and then I'm gonna get to laughing at the leftist retard. The gaming's insecure men prom, which is just... By insecure men, he means traditionally masculine men.
Hello YouTube, how you doing today everybody? Listen, I'm going to do a video on how to make pickled Pepsi at home. That's what I'm going to title it. I've seen a video about KFC making pickled Pepsi, and the guy that was reviewing it, it was crazy. 2 pickles, little bit of Pepsi, which I'm going to show you how to do it at home for cheap. And the guy paid $3.99, almost $4 for it. What the hell? You could go home and make it for free. And this is what I'm going to show you right now. I got my
Is this Nate? Why does he say... Why does he sound like a smoker version of Nate in the Discord? Hold on. I need an answer. Bro, he sounds like
glass. I got my pickle jars with pickles. What I'm going to do first is, I'm going to put the pickles in the jar first. That's what it was. Yeah. So yeah. There's one.
I just hate the thought of like pickle Pepsi, like the taste itself. I don't know if that was actually real, like the pickle Pepsi thing, but
Two. Down. Put the lid on the thing. This is very easy and cheap. I don't know what the hell KFC was ever thinking of. Like, what the heck, man? $4 for a thing that you could just make at home.
why you fuck
pickles
would
in
be
a pickle jar.
based?
See? Cheap.
I'm not a Twitch ethon. I'll get banned for that.
Open it up.
Oh shit! There goes my shirt.
Oh, yeah, so I've got one thing. Pickle brine. Right.
Oh, try pickle Pepsi live. Is that a real thing? Is that a real thing? Hold on. I don't remember if I'm signed in on my computer or not. I'm gonna webcam only. That way I don't dox myself. I don't know why I think it's gonna be sold on there, but it's worth a try. There is general, like, just regular pickle soda being sold there. I don't hate myself enough to drink that though, so I'm going to pass.
There you go. A little bit of that. See? This one's pickle brine with pickles in it. Same thing. I'm not going to do the hot sauce thing today because it might mix it up. Stomach ain't feeling right. Now I'm pouring in the Pepsi. Like they said. I don't have ice. I never use ice. So yeah. There we go. Cheap and easy. Now obviously, the guy said on the video, oh, it tastes awful. Well, just wait. We're going to give that theory.
Oh wait, it's not branded. I just fucking got it. Oh, this is something you make. Oh no, maybe another stream. Maybe if I ever, I always have pickles in the house, but I don't always have Pepsi in the house. Maybe if I get some Pepsi at some point, maybe then I will. Maybe I'll do it. Because I have already subjected myself to the horror. Not live, but the video's somewhere in the Discord if you want to find it. But I've already just fucking drank straight buffalo sauce before, so it's not entirely out of the picture.
You know what? The guy was wrong. It tastes very darn good. It does. I mean, I like it. I mean, the taste is so sweet. Buttery. Because I'm using butter pickles. Yeah, it's very good.
I feel like that makes it worse.
Like it. But I would not spend $3.99 for a thing at KFC. Nah. They probably use old pickles and old brine. Whatever, I'm using some stuff anyways. So, you know, this is pretty good.
I feel like I'm watching a snuff film. What was at the bottom of the? Is the fucking pickle in there? That makes it worse.
Another wizardry drink.
It's like watching a fucking snuff film, dude.
Wow. Now I'm going to eat the pickles. Yep, very good. So if you don't want to spend $4.99, I mean $3.99, don't go to KFC and don't buy the pickle drink. Make it at home for cheap and free. Thank you, YouTube. Oh yeah, by the way, cheers.
All right then. I'm traumatized now. Thank you. This man definitely gargles a different kind of pickle Pepsi. This man likes... Never mind. I'll behave.
Cyberpunk.
The better.
Yes,
Yeah.
my queen to shut up, bitch. Never change.
Well, you know, we did listen to a woman for a long time.
A long time.
Yeah.
Based.
We watched the whole video.
Based. Like, this guy wants us to hate him, but that's fucking base. That's funny. I want to hang out with those guys. You know, these guys, he wants to claim these guys are insecure. I'm thinking, like, they're not, but he should be. Look at that. Look at that fucking dome. Ah, God. All the weeb shit in the background. Like, it's not even, like, cool weeb shit either. Like, Gundam or, Jinro. Like, the alternative history, World War II anime. Like, it's not even cool weeb shit. It's like... God... You know, normally this is the part where someone else would make a joke about, like, if I was a woman and I walked in there, my pussy would dry up instantly. If I was a woman and walked in there, I'd fucking kill myself. Right, just right there.
So the other day, I came across a video on my YouTube homepage titled God of War, a game for chicks and midwits. As you can see here,
Based.
the thumbnail for this video features Kratos from the modern God of War reboot, hugging his son Atreus.
He wants me to be
Big
mad,
old
but all these
says,
YouTubers
"My
he's
game
bitching
sucks."
about are just based.
I am a guy, you know what I mean? I'm a man. I'm a dude. Some have even called me bro from time to time. And I gotta say, no matter how hard you
Pickle Pepsi is insane. Yeah, this guy probably likes another type of pickle Pepsi. Probably, if I'd have to guess, would be more of the creamier sort.
try, if Google knows that you identify as a man, then this type of hyper...
We can't even say if Google knows you are a man. It's if Google knows you identify as a man. Judging by the physiognomy and the language he's using, what do we think the odds are that he copyright strikes this stream and or my re-upload on the second channel? What do we think the odds are? I know it's minimum a 50-50 split. Minimum 50-50. I sent 2 more vids in the Discord. I'll check them out after I'm done with this one.
How hard you try, if Google knows that you identify as a man, then this type of hyper-masculine brain rot is definitely going to come across your feed, whether you like it or not. And this also means that I am no stranger to manosphere content. And clearly, I am into...
Manosphere? Bro, you showed
that I am no
fucking Jordan Peterson, the most normie of normies. Like, he's not even Manosphere. Apparently saying clean your room is on the
manosphere
it's on the
content.
same
And
level of the
clearly,
shit
I
that
am into the classic
Andrew
manly
Tate
hobbies
says.
of video games and tabletop role-playing games. So I did what any sane person would do. I clicked on the video. And that's when I realized that this video was published on a channel that I was already aware of, called Black Lodge Games. These guys have been on my radar for a little while now. I first discovered their channel during the whole "is YouTube killing D&D channels" drama that happened a little while back. I remember thinking that this guy right here made a pretty solid argument in his video, though he was perhaps a bit intense in his delivery. So yeah, I like to support other creators in the RPG community, so
Yeah, he doesn't have earrings like me and talk like this, so I think he was being a little extreme in his delivery. I want to say a slur. I want to so bad. Let's hear him out, cause I'm a good guy. I'm the good guy here. I would never call someone a mean name.
I subscribed to the channel and I moved on without thinking much about it. But then I saw this God of War video and I began to realize
Based.
a very concerning trend. Now, it seems to me that Black Lodge Games
Get
is
your
run by
fucking
two
grippers
different
off screen.
individuals.
Never mind, I take back what I said about these guys.
And as far as I can tell, they don't share their names online.
Can you guys hear it well? Hold on, real quick, audio check. Are you guys able to hear it well? Like the, not me, the video. I know you can hear me well. Yeah, alright.
So for the duration of this video essay, I'm going to have to just refer
So
to
sorry
them
for your
as
guys'
either
ears.
Black Lodge Games or these guys or this guy. So please bear with me on that. Anyway, in their video, these guys make a very shallow argument that because the God of War reboot explores certain themes like emotional vulnerability, parenting, the cycle of trauma, and seemingly most important to these
Don't fucking pull that shit. That's not what they did. There's more to it than that. They made Kratos a fucking pussy. They made Kratos a fucking pussy. Kratos did not give a shit before. Kratos was the character known for killing off the entire goddamn Greek pantheon because he was angry. Which, by the way, you want emotional depth. He went through all that trouble because Zeus had his fucking wife and kids killed. Like, if you want emotional depth, there it is. There's some relatability. Now it's like, oh yeah, I know my wife died, and I know my wife died, my second wife died. But you know what? I'm just going to talk it out with the people that are largely responsible for this. Yeah, the guy that killed off the entire Greek pantheon, now he's the guy that's just going to talk it out. He's going to talk through his feelings. By the way, never mind the fact that in the second game, he got bested by a woman, which, by the way, I don't give a fuck what you say. He killed the entire Greek pantheon. He is strong enough to kill that woman with a fucking flick, dude. By the way, the game was woke as shit either way. Like, they literally had the, I forget her name, but, like, one of the Valkyries, that the chick that beats him because she's mad that, Kratos saved her life and killed her son. There's literally a scene where she has Odin fucking on his knees and she's like, bow down to your queen. And it's super gay and what? Oh my god. So bad. We're only 3 minutes in. Why does this guy look like he's been banned from Newgrounds? He's also probably been banned from coming within 50 foot of a school zone, so I wouldn't be surprised.
guys what it really means to be a man. That this game sucks, and that it was made for the express purpose of punishing men for being men. They really lean into the idea that some dubious, creatively bankrupt cabal of man-haters developed the God of War reboot to punish and shame men for enjoying the previous trilogy. A trilogy of games that focuses primarily on over-the-top violence, all in the spirit of that falsified and overblown, hyper-masculine take on Greek mythology.
This man is a massive homosexual. Well, I can't just look at the image, I have to zoom in on his cock.
That we're all so familiar with thanks to the popularity of Zack Snyder's 300 and other properties like God of War that became so popular somewhere in the early to mid 2000s. Anyway, the idea that
that's good media. If you wouldn't kill an entire fucking pantheon for your family, then you're not a real man. I'm sorry, I don't give a shit what you say. Kratos in the original trilogy is more relatable than any of this fucking slop that they have in the new reboot trilogy. New Kratos is such a fucking pussy. Old Kratos is so much more relatable, dude.
Guys are peddling here is that because this game exists solely to punish manly men for enjoying manly men things, that the new...
Yes. Yes, do you not remember what they did with the with Joker in the second Joker? Joker found the wrong audience, so instead in the second Joker, we're going to have him get raped in prison. And then we're going to completely butcher his character and turn the movie into a fucking musical, which no one asked for.
New God of War games could then only be enjoyed by people who they describe as chicks, meaning women, obviously, and
pretty much
midwits, meaning, and this is according to Urban Dictionary, people with a middling intellect, neither smart nor dumb, especially who try to appear smarter than they really are.
So you. Which explains why you're defending it. They were right. Clearly, you're proving them.
Now, I'd say that's a real pot calling the kettle Black Lodge Games type situation, but as a fellow bald and bearded white man...
He's literally fucking proving the point right. He's like, oh, them calling us midwits is pot calling the kettle black. Look how smart I am. You're literally doing the fucking midwit thing. You're neither smart nor dumb, yet acting more intelligent than you are. You're a fucking idiot. Mr. Crayola, my name is THEKrayons the 7th. What are your thoughts on Republicans taking my damn food stamps? Why people so racist? I think people who take food stamps should not only not have them, but I don't think them or their kids should be allowed to vote. That's what I think.
Man who grew up feeling weird and insecure about all of my nerdy hobbies, I feel the need to express just how wrong these guys really are. But before we get into all of this, I do want to make something very clear. I am in no way, shape, or form endorsing or encouraging anybody to go over to Black Lodge Games and dog on them or call them...
Exactly, no one dog on this man either.
Remember to fight darkness with light. And,
we need to make sure that the TOS doesn't come down on us.
On this channel. I've actually been back and forth on whether or not...
No, that's not what it's about. It's because I'm a good guy.
I'm still feeling a bit nervous.
I need to show that I'm above harassment.
But I'm overcoming that fear because I know in my bones that this message, this idea that men are under attack and that women and woke midwits are ruining our culture, the sacred culture of gaming, deserves a thought.
Where's this man been the last 30 fucking years? If you want... Okay, hold on. If you guys want a good video on why... If you want a good video on why the God of War reboot is woke, specifically Ragnarok, go watch this video. This is a great video on it. Fucking straw manning a shit. Lift it. Oh, God. Dude, I fucking hate that shit. It's like it. You always notice that leftist only counter arguments are straw mans. It's like, oh, you don't like trans people? Why are you thinking about my genitals? I'm going to say a slur. I don't know which one, but I'm going to. All right, let's continue.
Thoughtful response and counterpoint presented by another guy who loves this nerd stuff just as much as they do. And regardless of how you feel about this, it is undeniable that millions of men around the world are in crisis right now. This is not a joke, it's not a meme, it's not an edgelord shitpost. It's the reality of the world that we're all living in. I know firsthand.
Yeah, then why are you trying to ruin their fucking hobbies, you retard? I know what will make these men in crisis feel better. We need to push the same feminist men bad propaganda that pushed these men into these places of crisis in the first place. We need more of that. This is like a doctor shooting someone in the leg and then being like, I know what will help your severed artery. Another round to the thigh. You can't say the R word. It's offensive to retards.
And very marginalized. It can feel like the whole world is out to get you. And if you rolled your eyes at that last statement, yeah, trust me, I get how ridiculous it sounds. But whether you like it or not, it is the truth. And these days, all anyone seems to want to do is to be mean to each other online, largely about stuff that doesn't really matter, like video games or what version
Welcome to
of
the
Dungeons and
internet, you
Dragons
fucking
that you
idiot.
prefer to play. And I mean, just think about it for a second. It's kind of crazy how political the gaming community is these days. But at the end of the day, I am a strong believer that video games and tabletop RPGs are works of art. And art has always been political. Art has always existed to communicate ideas and help others experience and feel things that they otherwise couldn't or wouldn't. So in that way, I guess all of this does make a lot of sense. Anyway, I don't think it's much of a stretch to say that at this point, based on this video and other content like it, that a lot of people, who I personally feel are primarily insecure men, believe that chicks and midwits are the cause of this dystopic hellscape that we're all...
You're right, it's not just chicks and midwits. I could name another group that's pushing this propaganda. They seem to have a lot of control over the entertainment industry. Wonder who that could be. I could name another part of the problem.
All living in today. This isn't just games, people. This isn't just identity politics. This is a war for intellectualism. At least that's the message that these guys, Black Lodge Games, and other people like them, seem to want to peddle to their audience. Because honestly, men don't want to feel dumb and lonely.
Look at my intellect.
To feel smart and
Reddit.
just like everybody else in the world. Shocker, I know. And I'd like to believe that not many people are really buying into this type of stuff, but just take a look at the comment section on the videos that they post. And the numbers that these types of videos are pulling in compared to the other content that they post. And it becomes very clear, at least to me, that their message of intellectual warfare against chicks and midwits is definitely resonating with a lot of angry, insecure men.
There's that other group
honestly,
I was
more than
talking about.
anything, that just breaks my fucking heart. Because just like every other guy in this target demographic, I too grew up as an innocent, impressionable child. As a boy, I consumed tons of media that glorified the same behavior that society at large now labels as toxic masculinity. And if you're watching this video,
Toxic
you're probably
masculinity
somebody
is just
like me, or
masculinity.
you know somebody
They
like
want
me.
to fucking shame
And
you
that
into
means
being
you probably
weak
grew
little
up on stories involving men in
soy
spandex
bots,
breaking
as,
criminal femurs, or
as,
women in
it was put
chainmail
in the
and
Discord
loincloths
earlier.
stabbing monsters with cool swords with other buff dudes in loincloths. And for a lot
Oh,
of us,
yeah.
we consumed all of it without the presence of a strong, real-life male role model to help us distinguish fiction from reality and learn what
No, that was just you. I had a dad.
a well-adjusted, functioning man in the real world should look like and act like. The reality is that single mothers work all day to feed and clothe young boys. They plop them down in front of the TV, they put a DualShock in their hands, and they let Conan the Barbarian or Kratos or Rey Mysterio do
Dude.
the whole dad thing. And so that's why the games we played and the comics we read and the
That's that's not the kind of man that grows up from single motherhood. The kind of young man that grows up from a single mother household is YNs and libtards. Like, ugh. I'm trying so hard not to break TOS.
television we watched wasn't
I'll
just a
behave.
form of escapism. It was an example of who we are or who we should be. It's not just entertainment, okay? It's literally an essential piece of our core identity.
These people, the
Yeah,
way in which
so
they write
keep your
these
fucking
comments,
propaganda
they
out of
come
it.
off
then.
as, you didn't like the thing I liked.
Right.
This is an attack on the core of my
Yeah.
being.
Which is what it is.
Yeah.
You couldn't
They're not wrong, I
Yeah.
guess.
you couldn't screen
Yeah.
record in
Despite the fact of
720p?
telling the truth.
Yeah.
And yeah, guys, I hate to break it to you, but most of that content that we consumed as kids was really absolute garbage. It was garbage that was expertly designed to pull young men into a twisted, never-ending feedback loop of mean-spirited comedy and superiority complex. And sure, a lot of the games and other stories that we grew up with were pretty good too. Great, even. I'm a sucker for nostalgia just as much as the next guy, and I'm not writing off an entire, history of art and storytelling here. But let's be real, guys. A lot of it was pretty trash. And these games and movies and comics that are coming out today that so many people get so worked up over, yeah, a lot of it is, and probably most of it, is pretty trash too. But not all of it. There's still great stuff
Dude.
coming out all the time. And
Literally 95% of the shit that comes out now is worse than anything ever made before. Like the worst thing, let's say the worst game you could find from 30 years ago is still miles fucking better than the worst game from last year.
And in my opinion, at least, games like the God of War reboot are modern classics. The first game absolutely blew me away. The second game actually made me cry like a little baby at the climactic ending, and I don't know.
Really?
Maybe that says
Hold
something
on.
about
Let's go see what this man's talking about. Let's go see what this man's talking about real quick. Let's see what he's talking.
Now I'm going to teach you what it's like to lose everything. Bow to your queen.
He cried at that. That was so epic. Just totally sewing out right
me, but anyway, I'm serious, guys.
Oh,
The God of War games aren't just mindless, woke trash. They take us to another place, a place we could never go otherwise. A place where we can examine and question the big existential thoughts that we all have. Like, what does it mean to be a good father, or a good mother, or a good son, or a good daughter? They show us that a classically heroic man like Kratos can struggle to understand.
Yeah,
and
except
compare-
according to this fucking game, being a good father means letting your son do whatever the fuck he wants and never telling him he's being a retard. Like, I'm sorry, but that's not how you get, like, a good child. If your father's gonna be that fucking weak and have no authority at all, you might as well grow up in a single mother household. Might as well be no goddamn father at all.
his emotions too. And they show us that looking for those answers and solving those problems in ways other than mindless rage and violence can actually bring us peace and help us become better, stronger men in the process.
Yeah, if you talk it out with
And
the
so
people that
this
are
begs
trying
the
to kill
question,
you, then
what
maybe...
does it really mean to be a man? Like a real grown-up man? Is it beating up and screaming at people? Is it just banging a lot of hot chicks because you can? Is yelling at and hurting the people around you just because you're angry really what grown men do? Well, yeah. Unfortunately, it is a lot of the time.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna check this. I can't fucking watch this shit anymore. Like, actually a fucking bug man. He gives me that. Dude, actual fucking socialist bug man. Subhuman. I'm not fucking watching this shit anymore. Let's react to the other memes and then we'll laugh at the anti-gun retard. Retard! Oh wait, that's wrong. Hold on. Wait, that's the wrong one. Not Discord. The fuck? There we go. What? I copied the text, dude. I love computers. No, not there. Over here.
So, where did you train, Linguini?
Train? Alright.
Surely you don't expect me to believe this is your first time cooking.
It's not.
I knew it!
It's my second, third, fourth, fifth time. Monday was my first time. But I've taken out the garbage lots of times before
Yes,
that.
yes, yes. Have some more wine. Tell me, Linguini, about your interests. Do you like animals?
What? Animals? What kind?
Oh, the usual. Dogs, cats, horses, guinea pigs, rats. Have you ever had a...
I hate how fucking fluid it is. It's way too fucking fluid of a transition.
Said that you must be pro-life to be a Christian, but Jesus says unto you...
Hold on. Let's listen to this retard try and explain why Christians are allowed to be pro-choice. Christians are allowed to support human sacrifice. Child sacrifice, actually. According to Libtard Bugman Subhuman. Let's go.
Said that you must be pro-life to be a Christian, but Jesus says unto you absolutely nothing about abortion.
All right, let's see it.
Exodus 20:13, you shall not murder.
So, interpreting Exodus 20 verse 13 as relevant to the question of abortion requires the priest...
Abortion is literally murder. It is the taking of an innocent life. Debunked already. Let's go.
...supposition that abortion is murder. And that is a contemporary ideology. That is a contemporary categorization.
It is not... No, it's not a contemporary categorization. It is the taking... It is the ending of a innocent human life, which is the definition of murder. In fact, more specifically, it is child sacrifice, which God forbids. Literally. He forbids child sacrifice. Imagine that. Oh, it's not child sacrifice. You're just saying inflammatory things to get a reaction. Let's think about this for a second. You are ending the life of a child. You are killing a child so that your life can be more convenient. You are sacrificing your child's life at the altar of convenience. Also, by the way, soulless atheist eyes. I just want to point that out real quick.
That's not a categorization that is defensible from any part of the Bible. In fact, At least the book of Exodus in the Hebrew Bible makes clear that they did not understand the destruction of a fetus as murder. We can look in Exodus 21. This is the covenant code, verses 22 through 25. Address what...
Okay. What he's about to pull up is bullshit. Bible verse. Yet I knew you in the womb. Jeremiah 1:5. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. God knows you before you were in the womb. So it is a human life. God knows you before that.
What happens if men who are fighting accidentally injure a pregnant woman? And there are two outcomes that are addressed and a different penalty for each outcome. If the injury causes the woman to miscarry, the penalty is a fine that is not standardized but determined by the husband. And then if the outcome is permanent injury or death to the pregnant woman, that
what's your
is
point?
what activates talionic justice.
You
or
still did a
an eye
you
for an
still
eye,
did a
tooth for
moral
tooth,
wrong
life
right there.
for a life.
Which, by the
In
way,
other words,
I just want to say, no disrespect to Charlie Kirk. I'm not going to disrespect a dead man. However, where he was wrong on the abortion debate is that people, the doctors doing the abortions and the women getting them should be punished too. Again, eye for an eye. If you take a human life, the punishment for that is death. Death penalty for all of those involved.
capital punishment, talionic justice, is only catalyzed if the actual full legal and moral person is permanently injured or is killed. That is the pregnant mother. The fetus is considered more property than person, and specifically the property.
Yeah, same thing with wives. That doesn't disprove the fact that you're taking a human life. This is a stupid argument. You are 100% correct, my good sir. Is that sarcasm towards him, or is that agreement with me? Yeah, and on what part? I hope it's the death penalty part, because people need to adopt that position if they want to be logically consistent. Which, by the way, in regards to him, I would like to point out with this that he is not a Christian himself, meaning he does not have the Holy Spirit, which also means he cannot interpret the Bible correctly. So I can easily dismiss all of his claims about the Bible, but we're going to laugh at him anyways for entertainment. Because mockery of evil is one of the oldest Christian traditions. Agreement with you, the eye for an eye part? Again, no exceptions for rape or life of the mother either. Like, it sounds extreme, but the death penalty, the no rape or incest or any exceptions, like, you need to adopt that if you're logically consistent. You don't get to... What is your stance on abortion? I believe it is a... Where did this come from? What is your stance on abortion? Abortion is child sacrifice. Trans women shouldn't be able to compete with other women. In fact, we should get them mental help. Do I support student debt forgiveness? No, I'm a Christian. Well, yeah, actually. There shouldn't be any interest on loans at all. God forbids it. And also, even from a practical standpoint, you can't justify it at all. Unless you're on the side of the bankers giving out the loans. Do you think the U.S. should limit freedom of speech and make so-called hate speech a punishable offense? No, hate speech should not be a punishable offense. Especially since hate speech is extremely arbitrary. A lot of people, especially those who side with a certain country, like to interpret hate speech as... hate speech is when you criticize my side. That's how a lot of people see it. Michael, who is this soy bot? I'm not going to assume that they're a soy bot just yet. I'll try... I'm trying to be fair. They haven't given me a reason to dislike them. They're just asking questions. Now if they spam my chat, we will have a problem. But I don't know. I answered the rapid fire with some rapid fire. We're chill for now. This Retiga sent a lot of messages. Who is this fan? I don't know. I'm probably going to have a lot of feds in the chat or in Discord. Just due to being in the gun sphere and further right than most people. So,
property of the husband, who is the one who gets to decide the fine, and there are judges present to ensure that it is not exorbitant. And you see a similar...
Again, it's treated the same way when you do crimes against someone's wife in Old Covenant law. This doesn't disprove that the fetus is a human life.
Similar treatment of enslaved people in Exodus 21, but enslaved people are considered more person than property than a fetus, but not yet fully a legal and a moral person, because in the law of the goring ox, if it's an Israelite who is killed, it's the death penalty, although the family of the deceased...
Yeah, you're talking about
demand,
Talmudic
payment,
rabbinical
and that fine
duty.
would be much higher than the fine imposed by the husband in the case of the destroyed fetus. But if the goring ox kills an enslaved person, 30 shekels. So again, the enslaved person is not a full legal and moral person either. They are considered more property than person, but not quite as much property than the fetus.
Does this guy not know that there's a difference between the rabbinical Judaism print of the Old Testament and actual Christian... Whatever. What toll do you think reigns... Toll Brad, do you think reigns supreme? I'd say either DeWalt or Milwaukee. I've never had a problem with either. Don't you dare say Ryobi. I'm not going to say Ryobi. I don't think Ryobi is that good. I also just don't think they're that bad. I will say their gardening tools and anything that isn't like a hand power tool is the worst thing ever made. Their lawnmowers and their weed eaters are fucking abominations.
Because the fetus doesn't even have a standardized value according to the covenant code. So in the Hebrew Bible, a fetus was not yet considered a person, and so destruction of a fetus was not considered murder.
You didn't prove how it's not considered a person. Like, you literally didn't. Nothing in there proved it. You literally just said that the husband of the wife who is pregnant gets to choose the punishment for the man that harmed his wife and caused her to have a miscarriage. But they also get to charge someone a fine if they harm their slaves. You didn't prove anything. In fact, arguably, you just proved that they are both human lives, because harming either gets you the same punishment. What is he saying here?
Or even homicide. It was considered more of a property crime against the husband
from my
than
Loctite?
anything else. And so the presupposition that abortion is murder is not something that is defensible from the Bible.
Proverbs 6:17, God hates hands that shed innocent blood.
Again, this is about moral and legal persons, and you're presupposing that a fetus is considered a full legal and moral person.
Show me the passage where God said you can kill children, specifically for sacrificial reasons. Find me that, please. Find me the verse that says when you kill an adult, that's bad. If you kill a child, that's okay.
And that is just not defensible from the Bible.
Jeremiah 1:5, before I, God, formed you in the womb, I knew you.
This is...
No, wait, you were asking him about Tolbrand. My bad, Michael. Sorry for pausing the video a million times about unrelated shit.
Not addressing the personhood of a fetus. This is actually Jeremiah claiming to have been uniquely called to be a prophet, not only prior to his birth, but prior to his conception. And this is really just about the foreknowledge of God. This does not manifest.
Yeah, also, where's the verse that says that Jeremiah is an exception? Like, again, you're not fucking proving anything here, dude. Oh no, I asked you. Okay. Sorry, this video is melting my brain.
A belief that personhood, full legal and moral personhood, began prior to conception. It's just talking about God's foreknowledge, and it's actually Jeremiah claiming...
So, if God can have foreknowledge and a plan for the prophets before they are born, is it not reasonable to assume that he can have foreknowledge and plans for those who are not born and also are not prophets? Am I the only one who thinks this guy is full of shit?
Exception. Everybody else gets called in their adulthood or maybe even in their childhood. Jeremiah's like, I was called before I was even conceived. So this has absolutely no relevance whatsoever to the notion that the Bible conceives a fetus as a full legal and moral person. It absolutely does not.
Well, it was very hyper-specific in this scenario, so there's
the whole Bible.
So there's nothing you can logically interpret from that thing.
Is the inspired word of God. All scripture is God-breathed. Jesus needs to get the credit for the whole Bible. 1 Peter 1:11 says that the Old Testament prophets spoke with the Spirit of Christ in them. You can't pit the books of the Bible against each other as if some were written by God and some were written by men. All scripture is breathed out by God.
So this is presupposing inspiration, inerrancy, as well as univocality. And it is also appealing to a misunderstanding of 2 Timothy 3:16, which says that all the writings or the scripture, which is not isometric with what we know as the Bible today. It's a significantly larger category than that. However, it identifies all scripture as theopneustos, which means God breathed, but not in the sense of inspired. They had a word for inspired in the 1st and early 2nd century CE. It was entheos, and they don't use it here.
Yeah, so we can't know anything about God then. Again, I would like to ask, how does he think he's interpreting any of this correctly? He's an atheist. He literally cannot know anything. It is not possible for him to know anything under his worldview. Because atoms, everything around us, it's just matter in motion. It's chaos. All those thoughts he's having, they're just chemicals in his brain. He could have a chemical imbalance. He could be thinking crazy shit. There are no absolutes from an atheist worldview. All of it's just theory that can be proven wrong later. So how does he know his interpretation is correct? They never think any of this. Also, they're missing the part where you have to know God to be able to interpret the scriptures correctly. What are your thoughts on Candace Owens? Man, if you've seen the "You Do Not Get to Ask Those Questions" clip from her, ugh, that clip is gross. I think 90% of the time she's cringe, and then the other 10% she has good information, like on the Charlie Kirk assassination. However, she ends up being a retard, so she loses the plot. That's my take.
Theopneustos was not used to mean something like what we understand by inspired until Origen in the 3rd century CE. Prior to that, theopneustos meant God breathed, as in God breathed the breath of life into the first human. God breathed meant life-giving. And so in 2 Timothy 3:16, the message is that all scripture is life-giving. And again, this does not refer specifically to what we know as the Bible. Some of the texts of the Bible had not even been written
You're
yet.
just wrong,
this referred to a boundless category.
Michael, I sent Brandon Herrera videos. We need a reaction, not gonna lie. Depends. Is he or anyone else in the video handling firearms in there? Because if he is, I'll get banned if I play that on stream.
Of inspired writing that would not be delineated into what we know as the Bible until many years later.
There is absolutely zero biblical grounds for the murder of babies.
So in addition to what I've already addressed regarding the non-personhood of fetuses in the Bible, there are multiple places in the Bible where God commands people to kill babies. To not...
Yes, fuck, I forgot I hate YouTube. Don't worry, you're still leaving in that chat. I'm specifically mark it for firearms, like add a wording label there. I'm thinking of having a stream on Twitch sometime where I do reactions to specifically gun stuff. Maybe some like Darwin Awards, gun fails, more edgier gun stuff on Twitch sometime as a exclusive thing.
Not leave alive anything that breathes, sometimes even explicitly identifying babies as the target. You also have Psalm 137:9, which says, "Blessed is the one who smashes."
Never specifically babies as the target.
Smashes your babies against the rock, this revenge fantasy against the Babylonians for the exile. Now, we should identify this rhetoric as bad, as something that has no authority, as something that is immoral. We should dismiss it as things that have no relevance to us today, which complicates the notion that the entire Bible is inspired by God/Jesus and is of equal authority and of equal value. It's not.
It is, actually, because Jesus came to fulfill the law, not abolish it. Also, again, I would encourage this guy to stop reading the rabbinical Judaistic version of the Torah and actually follow the correct one, which is the Christian one. But he's not going to do that because he needs to slander Christians, and he knows he's only going to get that from looking at what Jews believe rather than what Christians believe. So, unserious person.
You cannot be a Christian and support abortion.
So in addition to the fact that neither this content creator nor any other person on earth has the authority to declare who is and is not allowed to be a Christian, the history...
You're right. Christ has that authority. And Christ said that we must love him and keep his commandments. So we must have faith and we must uphold his law. It's read the fucking New Testament. Pretty sure murder is out. Do we want to keep watching the rest of this, or do we already see how stupid this is? There's 7 more minutes of this. I think you lost enough brain cells already, boss man. I think so too. I'm gonna look at some of the stream vids. Oh, there's no more. We'll watch some of the anti-dog lunatics later. At the end of the day, this guy is a retard, and yeah, this is just a stupid fucking claim. Are Christians allowed to be pro-child sacrifice? Great video. Alright, I'm gonna take a leak. I will be back. I will try to hurry. Oh yeah, fastest pisser in the West. I am back. I would like to say, If you guys want a good snack, these are pretty tasty. These are fucking delicious. I am sponsored by Cheez-Its. They endorse everything I say. Everything. For legal reasons, that's a joke. Please don't fucking sue me. Alright, let's see what Kanon's been up to. I have the perfect Retigas and the perfect champ. Bro's getting all the schizos in the chat. No fucking way he's defending Hassan. He's defending Hassan now. Oh, this is awesome. This is awesome. Let's do this, actually. This is funny. This is gonna be good. Hold on.
Before we even begin, here is a reminder of what we're dealing with because of dog culture. A while ago, I made a video about how dog people sometimes literally want to be dogs. As in, live like them, act and look like them, etc.
Isn't Hassan that
And
inbred
if this is not
communist that did the
considered a
bad thing to
severe
the
form
doggy?
of mental
Yeah.
illness, then nothing is.
Welcome back to Kanon Radio.
A little girl and her mother recovering after a brutal attack by a pit bull.
On a walk to Veterans Park near their Menor home on Saturday, Karina and her mom spotted a dog without its owner. Hayam says moments later, they were attacked by it.
It kept biting her, letting go, going for different sections of her face. The third time is when I finally got to them, and I ended up taking a water bottle, and I was trying to beat the dog off her, which was not working. So I grabbed her, and as I grabbed her, he latched onto my hand.
Carry a knife and a gun, you stupid motherfucker.
I'm going to stop it right there to point out two things. One, notice this most ineffective...
Wow, my child got attacked. Should I start carrying a gun? No. No. Idea. We forcefully euthanize everyone who does not own a gun. Forceful euthanasia of everyone who does not own a firearm. If you cannot protect your kids, you should not be allowed to have kids. That's my take. That's my take.
Effectual choice for a weapon in this scenario. Seriously. A water bottle? Now, it was probably all that she had available. But a water bottle is definitely not going to deter a pit bull in attack mode. This is why people need to at least carry a potent pepper spray and a good knife in anticipation of an unprovoked dog attack, at a minimum. And two, notice the redirected aggression.
So I grabbed her, and as I grabbed her, he latched onto my hand.
Notice the redirected aggression. Yeah, if you get into combat with an animal or with a person, well, if you see two people fighting, and then you hit one of the people in the fight, they're going to smack you. So yeah, that's a natural evolution.
Basically, people are allowed to own beasts so dangerous that a parent who encounters one while walking about with their child can't protect themselves or their child from it. Just let that sink in for a moment. This is the kind of society many seem willing to tolerate.
The third time is when I finally got to them.
So, it sounds like this dog had a hold of her daughter for some
I can name some other beasts we shouldn't be forced to live alongside.
time before she could even react. And then, what she did was completely useless, because she doesn't understand that only serious force will repel one of these Frankensteinian freaks, these tenacious and overly muscled bully breeds that are always hell-bent on total annihilation. It goes to show that parental supervision is not enough to protect a child in a house with a so-called family dog. Next, I want to talk about this. It was brought to my attention by Valentina. Basically, beaches are being contaminated by dogs, and, as Valentina notes, they say it's a health hazard, but raise no concerns about dogs being allowed to defecate everywhere.
Or you could just make owners pick up after their dogs.
Nobody wants to be swimming in poopy water. We looked at all of the data from testing coastal beaches where they tested for this fecal indicator bacteria. And what we found is that 61% of coastal and Great Lakes beaches exceeded that safety threshold on at least one day last year in 2024.
As always, they don't get to the root of the problem. And yes,
the root of the problem is the owner not fucking taking care of their dog.
it is ultimately the presence of the things that are doing all this defecation. It's not people doing this, and talking about how owners should be responsible is a waste of time, because for starters, owning a dog isn't socially or environmentally responsible in the first place, and having a dog at a beach, period, is incredibly disrespectful, inconsiderate, and irresponsible on many levels.
Why does this editing get so much more schizophrenic? What changed since last time I laughed at this fucker?
It's a fact that if there were no dogs, people would not be dealing with shit-infested waters on this scale.
Go to San Francisco.
Defenders will jump in and say that people also take dumps in the ocean or whatever, but if that bothers them, why are they okay with adding even more fecal matter to the mix? It's still not an argument in favor of dogs on beaches, and of course this contamination is just one of many issues dogs present in this particular environment. We really need to clean up, and although it isn't going to win anyone any political favors, the most effective way to do that, in this case, would be to completely eliminate the source of the contamination. Speaking of cleaning up, some animal rights organizations have alleged that the Moroccan government is attempting to rid the streets of stray dogs in preparation for their co-hosting of the 2030 World Cup. A CNN article printed in 2025 states that they are going to kill thousands of stray dogs, and I don't see how or why this is controversial at all. Why does any country need a population of stray dogs? They simply don't.
Yeah, exactly.
I personally
People
think
should take care of their dogs instead of letting them run around.
all countries with a stray dog problem should follow suit. Next, I wanted to talk about dogs in dental clinics and in schools and hospitals. This is another craziness of dog culture.
So
a few weeks
something that
ago,
isn't
I made
happening.
a post basically explaining why it's absolutely ridiculous that this is allowed at all. And of course, I got more than one response from people ridiculous enough to defend this. Because you see, they don't just have service dogs anymore. Now you've got emotional support dogs, and the latest trend seems to be these so-called therapy dogs. These are the dogs being brought into schools and medical facilities. Once again, this is a made-up use for dogs, as a pretext to smuggle them into more and more places. And more dogs in more and more places, that, unfortunately, is exactly what we do see out in the world. Besides owners increasingly bringing dogs into virtually every public location imaginable now, and I could list all of them, but it's pretty much everywhere, we see more dogs being given these ridiculous titles, such as therapy dog, as they are said to be able to do more things for more people, which is of course a total crock. If anything, we should be seeing almost no dogs at all, given how obsolete they are now. With regard to service dogs, this is true because of many pre-existing and newly emerging technological developments, as in, these could better assist people who might have, at one time, believed a service dog was the best that they could do. However, it seems that nutters and profiteers everywhere are finding tons of supposedly valid and new uses for dogs. One of the more absurd claims I've seen, which is a bit of a recent thing, is the preposterous notion that dogs can detect allergens. It's one thing to say, what about guide dogs, because of social conditioning, and also because for a long time, this was one of the few service dogs that existed and which people actually had in good faith. But it's quite another to run around pretending that dogs can detect seizures and all this other nonsense. Perhaps a topic for a future installment, wherein that is the sole focal point.
Kind of the story of the dog attack that you've been told that took place.
Yeah. Crayola, you are stupid for giving these tards attention. Listen, man, I gotta keep the stream entertaining somehow. Listen. We're only 15 minutes away from me being allowed to call him a slur. 15 more minutes, and I can start saying slurs. And YouTube won't do shit about it.
On September the 24th, Mr. Boyd was at his residence along with his wife, and he went to retrieve his mail out of his mailbox. Now, from his front porch to the mailbox,
50% of muscle tissue? That's a fucking lie. You're dying if that happens.
As he was walking to retrieve the mail, a pack of dogs from his neighbor's property attacked him brutally, causing him extreme pain and injuries.
And tell me a little bit about those injuries that he's suffering from.
Yeah, he's lost over. Mr. Boyd has lost over 50% of his muscle tissue, ranging from both arms, both legs.
Yeah, that's a lie. You'd fucking bleed out if that happened, dude. You would bleed out. You don't fucking... I want to point out, too, how all of these problems that Kanon, this glorious genius here, points out, all of these problems are faults of the owners, not of the dogs themselves.
From his
dogs are property. What you do with your property is your decision and your responsibility.
Scalp down to the base of his neck. This was a brutal attack. This was a mauling.
This is what dogs can do to people. So I really don't want to hear some anecdotal story about how some cats crapped near your property.
This is for all the trolls. Before you post some nonsense, just know I've heard it all. No one asked if you hate
This
children.
is incredibly gay.
stories.
Stop. I'm done watching this video. Where the fuck is the Hassan Piker situation? Where is that? Are we starting? Is this it? No, it's not. This is literally clickbait. Gayer than gay porn? Yeah. I've seen gay porn straighter than this. Dog owners are the worst. Anti-dog music playlist. Dude, I should use one of his songs in the opening of one of my videos just to fucking troll him. That one's kind of stinky poo-poo. Where's the, Oh, did he delete it? Did he delete it? I think he deleted the Pitbull one. I fucking made him delete the Pitbull one, unless it is this one. It still has nothing to do with how you raise them.
All too often I read comments like,
dogs are a reflection of their owners.
first, let's get one thing out of the way. Breed does influence behaviour. If it wasn't the case, then dog breeds would not exist. You would just have dogs. We will come back to this point shortly. But there are several reasons why saying things like,
It's
Okay, this isn't it. I think I made him delete the video. Hold on, let me check my playlist, because I did have it saved. Where is it? Listen, I couldn't think of a better name for that playlist.
Very curious.
Fuck off, you libtard subhuman. Okay. Oh no, it's still exists.
Hello there. We're going to do something a little bit
Let's
different
rewatch
today.
it.
First, we're going to
Let's
let a
laugh at
fan
it
of these horrendous hounds tell us how dangerous they are.
This isn't your average dog story. This is about a pit bull, the breed that could overpower you in seconds. Want to know why they're considered one of the most dangerous dogs on the planet? Let's break it down. A pit bull's bite force is 235 psi, less than a Rottweiler, but here's the catch. Once they bite, they never let go. Their signature move, the hold and shake. It's like a crushing grip with the force of an earthquake. No matter how hard you hit or scream, they won't release until their target is completely helpless.
Literally every dog does this. My German Shepherd does this when I play fucking tug of war with her, dude.
Scarier. They don't bark or growl, they just attack. No warning, no time to react. When a pit bull strikes, it's all-out combat, and they don't stop until one side is down.
I just want to
When a pit bull
point out
strikes, it's all-out combat, and they don't
the
stop until one
primary
side.
the primary demographics of the owners of pit bulls. I just want to point that out. This is going to come into play later. This is what you call foreshadowing.
Side is down.
Dogs trying to defend their owner. Never heard of that before. Dirt. Yeah, it's really funny if you watch his channel. Half the stories are like, this poor man, after breaking into another man's home, got his throat ripped out by the dog, and it's like, he fucking broke into the, like, they're trespassing. Like, one half of it is just situations where both dog and owner are in the right, where the dog's doing the right thing, and then the other half of the situation is, like, mistakes from the owner. This guy never faults the owners for anything. It's always the dogs.
I don't know about you, but I would never want something that looks, sounds, or behaves like this anywhere near me or any other person for that matter. And while pit bulls aren't being aggressive or predatory 24/7, they don't need to be. This is about capability. This is a dog type that can overpower an adult human in seconds. They do place at the top of many dangerous dogs lists, and for good reason. To add to that, they are responsible for the highest percentage of fatal dog attacks in the United States.
What percentage
Pit
would
bulls
that be?
are responsible for about 66% of fatal dog attacks, and their overall population is only 6.5%.
I can name another demographic that does 60% of the crime. I can name another demographic. I can name another demographic that does that's 13% of the population, yet does 60% of the crime. Oh my god. That's
Of
funny.
the dog population. While we mostly judge pit bulls based on their objective mauling statistics, I personally reject
Shut
this
up, that's a
idea
lot
put
more than
forth by
60.
some
I'd push for
that
90.
we can't judge them based on their appearance. You absolutely can tell if a living organism is potentially harmful or dangerous. That is, based solely on its outward physical appearance, perhaps in tandem with its behavior or disposition. Of the two animals pictured here, which one looks like it could seriously injure you if it wanted to? It's pretty obvious. See this?
To be fair, well, first of all, that's a puppy. Second of all, armadillos are some of the most disease-ridden animals on the planet. So you might not die instantly, but if you touch them, you're gonna die in like
This is
a
a
year
pit
or two.
bull, and this is what a pit bull skull looks like. You absolutely can tell if an organism is potentially dangerous, based entirely on its size and structure. What follows is a post I saved from a few years back, which someone...
Tell me this, I'm loud, obnoxious, I like music and rhyme. I'm only a fraction of the population, but I equate for half of the crime. Who am I? I wonder. You know, K9's a big fan of, K9 here is a big fan of, per capita. I wonder what his opinion on a certain 13% of the population is.
One posted online in relation to pit bulls specifically, and I quote,
If a creature has certain structural features, it is for a reason. If a dog...
Or does the rule only apply to humans? You know, libtards will fucking... They will accept per capita for... They'll accept per capita for animals, but for humans, though, there's nothing going on
structure
there.
include a massive jaw and head, then its function will follow as being for the purpose of
Socioeconomic
crushing,
factors.
maiming, and brutalizing with greater force than a creature with a slimmer, more petite structure. If the dog's structure is muscular and bulky, then its function will be to move forcefully and aggressively. The creature's form will necessarily dictate how it moves and operates in the world.
this makes a lot of sense. We are pretty much hardwired to recognize predatory animals because of the evolutionarily advantageous ability to recognize and react to potential threats in the greater world. This is facilitated by a specific area of the brain, the right amygdala, which is very responsive to images of animals compared to the left amygdala. Moreover, we know full well what pit bulls and comparable dogs are capable of doing. Pit defenders will often try to claim that only a small percentage of them maul people to death, but the edge cases are the...
I'm going to say something controversial. Pits aren't that bad at all. Dogs are absolutely a reflection of their owner. And I will say, every time a pit acts like a fucking asshole, their owner is too. And I would also point out that in all those cases where dog and owner are assholes, the owner correlates to a certain demographic who also 60% of the crime. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
The only ones that matter when the results are as severe as they are when these particular dogs attack. I went over a lot of this in a previous video called The Pit Plague, an underground documentary. One thing I didn't go over in so much detail is propaganda. The problem with this topic is the prevalence of propaganda in support of pit bulls, despite their association with the unique brand of extreme violence and terrorism, which their presence assuredly goes hand in hand with. This can be attributed to several socio-cultural and psychological factors. It is beyond the scope of this presentation to go into detail about those. So for now, I will skip over them and point out that advocates say the perception of pit bulls as inherently dangerous is largely rooted in misinformation and sensationalist media coverage. However, there is no truth to this. The reality...
I think this man is a massive homosexual. I will say that much. Are we 2 hours in? Or 2 minutes? 2 minutes.
Is that the bully breeds make the news for their vicious attacks because they are the direct cause of them. This is a dog breed, or rather, a few closely related and incredibly similar breeds that all share the same blood sport heritage of bull baiting. Whatever people want to call them, and again, I detailed a lot of this in my video.
I'll keep my mouth shut. I'm not trying to get TOS right now.
The pit plague. This is a recognizable breed or dog type that sends more people to an early grave than any other dog type, or it permanently scars, mutilates, and disfigures those fortunate enough to survive. Although personally, I do not consider anyone fortunate in any sense who goes through such a traumatic and life-altering ordeal. There are facts about these breeds, and the cases are very real. They are not fabricated. They are not imagined. And actually, I want to say something about these two cases, and some comments I've been
Tails
seeing.
wagging,
After all of
playing.
this, the closest
Watch
thing
this.
to a solution that's mentioned is a sentiment that's expressed about how this
Watch
county
this. This
needs
is
to
awesome.
limit the amount of dogs people can own.
Neighbors also say animal control picked up the dogs yesterday, but both families say something else needs to change too. Both families say Marion County needs to limit the number of dogs a person can have
Tails
so incidents
wagging,
like these
circling the
don't
car.
happen again.
But that is no
Playing
solution,
with the person.
and this is not going nearly far enough. At a minimum, they could have said that
There we go. If I said this stuff about Mexicans, I'd be racist. Yeah, the funny thing about this guy's channel is that if you replaced every single time he says dog, pit bull, or any other breed's name with black people, you'd be banned off the fucking platform instantly. It's great. Dude, you weren't here for it, but earlier he literally said something about pit bulls make up only 6.5% of the population, yet make up 66% of the dog bites. No shame in being a realist.
there are certain types of dogs no one should ever be allowed to have at all, and which should never have been legal to own.
No, hold
be
on.
allowed to have at
Bro,
all.
look. Those are fucking play bites. Those dogs aren't trying to hurt her. Look at that shit. My dogs hurt me worse when playing than that. Dude, puppy teeth are like needles. Like, if they were trying to hurt her, she'd be fucking cut.
And which
What
should
a-
never have been
I'm
legal
sorry.
to own.
I'm sorry,
As I
but
have
what
said
a
before,
pussy.
Pit bulls in particular should never have been created in the first place. And of course, it would be even better if people simply stopped owning dogs, period.
Certain kinds of blacks people should know, be able to own. Oh, dude. This channel is gold. I should have like a AI recreation of this guy's voice. And just make a parody video where it's the same exact video, but instead of pit bulls, it's blacks.
That is the only way to completely eliminate all future instances like this, and all dog-related problems in society. On my previous video, I keep seeing comments like this one. People keep saying, control your dogs, but obviously, people aren't doing that, aren't capable of fully controlling these killers, and a better idea is for them to not have a dog at all in the first place, especially not a strong, tenacious beast with killer instincts and a history of use in animal baiting, dogfighting, or war and conquest. Because I would include
War and
mastiffs of all kinds
conquest?
in
What military is using pit bulls? Almost every military uses like German Shepherds or Dobermans. What pit bulls are being used in war and conquest? What the fuck is he talking about? This is me when I talk about mass deportations. Remigration, baby.
this also, as well as Rottweilers and really, all large and dangerous dogs.
Sarah and Ryan had planned to hold their wedding on the patio. Now they say they're too scared.
Bro, look, their tails are wagging. These dogs are trying to play. Now, they might be roughhousing a little bit. These dogs are playing, dude.
It's not the first time those same dogs have chased down and injured people. CBS 4's Michael Van
God,
Squid
I
shows
could
us
not
the traumatic
be
moments
imagine
the
being
victims
this
say
much
should
of
have
a
never
fucking
happened.
hold on. Yes, we're 2 hours. I cannot imagine being this much of a fucking faggot, dude. Holy shit.
The kids are scared. I'm scared. We all.
Oh my God! The puppies are trying to play with me! In a matter of seconds for mother Savandria Houston, screams and barks rang out as more than a dozen dogs circled around her car Tuesday afternoon.
We need to get rid of the pit bulls.
Slurs started coming.
Every last one needs to get cold. They should never have been made in the first place.
Hold on. The song. Hold on. This song. Just imagine this song, but replace pit bulls with blacks.
Dogs circled around her car Tuesday afternoon.
We need to get rid of the pit bulls. Every last one needs to get cold. They should never have been made in the first place. Why not take out all the pit bulls? Every last one needs to get cold. They should never have been created.
That would have been a better song. I'd pay for that shit. People with a straight face will... Oh, here's my comment from 2 weeks ago. You know who else does 60% of attacks? Yeah. People with a straight face will say she is in the wrong for screaming. But that is the thing I despise about dog culture. We are expected to suppress our natural responses in order not to offend or provoke the beast. Heaven forbid our child play and squeal and sound like the young of our species. Huh? Top 10 libtard moments. Oh, shit! No, it's real! Hold on! It's real! He did, I get it now. He didn't private it. Dude, my first reaction on the stream before, he unlisted it. Dude, I made him unlist it. Ugh. That's funny. That is very, very funny. Real America first page for its despised dog haters. Especially Kanon. He is a massive Figoet. I spelled it wrong. Had a bit of a Weeton moment. I'm gonna drop a funny link in the Discord. I think you guys should go like this video. It's very... I'm not calling for anyone to comment on it or laugh. That would be bad. Might need to go get a tissue in a second. This is very funny.
In the first place.
Dangerous dog.
I can't believe I made him unlisted. That's very funny. That is very funny. Well, now I have to clip the original reaction and post that. Now I have to clip it and post it. Ooh, Amont posted. Save that for later. Genetic freaks and monsters created by people. I wonder who else he could say about that. Say that about. Based. I don't think they should be banned, but instead, just like with owning wild animals, you should require special licensing to own them. Holy retard. Check general on your server. Yeah, check general after I stop typing. Islamophobe, a non-Muslim who knows more than they are supposed to know about Islam. I wonder if that could apply to anti-Semitism. Ew. Man, I still can't believe I made him unlisted. That is very funny. That is very funny. Let's watch some more videos of his. I want to make him unlist his entire fucking channel. Not that video. That editing is way too schizophrenic for me to listen to. Dogs are a worldwide problem.
I've personally seen cases. It's not only a local problem for a small department such as mine, it's a national problem.
No! Fuck! Copyright! Don't do that! You asshole.
700 million and 1
You
billion
fucking
dogs
dick.
in the world. As we know, even a single dog is one too many. This is a unique species that would not even exist had it not been for human intervention, and its presence among us is far more trouble than it is worth. Take, for instance, this insane case.
What? We made wolves? Humans made wolves? What?
People in a godly neighborhood say a pack of loose dogs has people now afraid to spend time outside. Hello, everybody. I'm Heather Hayes.
I'm Steve Eager. It's 9 o'clock. The dogs have been captured on many home surveillance systems, once even being spotted at a restaurant. The police department says it does not have the resources to take care of the problem.
Racist having a field day with this.
Wait, did they really just say that the police department...
I hate this image, dude. It's just... It's very Troon-coded. Very Troon-coded.
doesn't have the resources to take care of this problem? Stop and reflect on the absurdity of that statement for a moment.
Exploiting our pain for their profits, insulting our minds with their ads.
Now, I want to talk about how absurd this scenario is, with a massive pack of these crap hounds tearing through a city. But this bears emphasis as well. Dogs really are pushed onto people everywhere. I've given examples of this sort of thing before, but have you ever noticed how prevalent dogs are in advertisements? In most places, dog owners are still a minority of the population. Although they do seem to be getting more numerous, yet they shove this crap in all our faces.
Another example of documentary.
This video is way too homosexual for me. Does he have anything better? Oh, he's got posts. I wonder if he's going to address it. Dogs don't have any business being on human settlements. Human settlements. Settlements. He needs to stop having gay editing skills. He needs to stop making videos entirely. There we go. More about per capita, please. looks awesome. Let's see if I have anything else.
Ooh, she's attacking
Shut up,
some guy.
you fucking Bugman subhuman. I don't want to hear it. Let me check my front page, see if I have any stupid shit. After that, I'll check my, after that, I'll check my, watch later, see if I have anything left there. Do you guys have any videos of retarded leftists that I can make fun of? Sent 3 videos in the channel. You sent 1, my guy. Hold on, Jay needs the stream or the roll. World's most attractive man. I saw him. Oh. I think we have a retard, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have a faggot.
Hey folks, a little bit ago I was looking at my channel analytics and noticed that of all of my videos, the 2 with the most views, both are unscripted, which is odd given the vast majority of my videos at this point are scripted. And that led me to the sort of realization that if I want to get more views, I need to do less work.
Well, that's all right then.
Let's take a look at a video by the YouTube channel Wilfer, which was previously...
I actually just saw this guy and detected he's a midwit. Yeah, channel profile picture alone is enough. Judging a book by its cover is a good thing, actually.
Known as Andre Turbea, as far as I understand, he was a fairly well-known animation YouTuber, not someone that I was personally particularly familiar with. Andre has taken a little bit of a public right-wing turn as of late, with the most notable video, as far as I can tell, being one discussing Emma Watson's controversy surrounding J.K. Rowling, a bunch of nonsense that really doesn't matter at this point. We've talked about Rowling and her lies and things like that in the past.
The only lies of Rowling's I can think of is her feminist bullshit. But other than that...
Essentially, this is how it's gone down. Andre makes a video in which he says...
Do you think trans women should be allowed to show themselves as female at traditional dating sites? No. No. If you're a straight man, obviously you don't want cock. Like, all you ask me is like about this leftist stuff. I'm convinced you're rage baiting at this point. I think I'm gonna mod Michael, and then I'm gonna give, and then if you say one of these things again, I'm gonna give you the permission, or Michael the permission to ban. Yes, mod me. I'm going to. Where the fuck is my channel? I'll try to make someone mod in YouTube stream. Oh, that's easy actually. Live, go watch. There we go. God damn it, Bobby. Will I get modded? Dude, you just got here. No. Maybe if you hang around stream more often and talk more, maybe. Okay, hold on. YouTube on PC sucks. I hate your I click your videos and it takes me to YouTube Studio. Okay. Alright, there we go. Holy shit. Hello, me. I'm not going anywhere? That sounds oddly threatening. That sounds oddly threatening. I'm not going anywhere. Alright, Michael, you should be modded. Why do I have 8 viewers now all of a sudden? I'm not doing anything but arguing with chat. Sort of, will I get modded? Sort of, I'm not even sure if you're an adult, so no. Level Coast, are you a patriot or not? Oh, my other 4 viewers are gone. That's weird. Dude, they like came out of nowhere. They like came out of nowhere and then just left. What the fuck? I think Level Coast left too. I don't know. Oh no, he's still here. Oh no, the other 4 people, that was weird. That was weird. There's definitely some bonding going on. Let me ask Giga if he wants to join on stream. That's nasty. Anyways. I'm 29 and live in the US, but are you a patriot? Yeah, that's the real question. Are you a patriot? Answer liberal. Welcome, gamer. I can't. Oh, okay. Say it again. I just want to make sure the audio is balanced.
I said, who the fuck is we? Who's the other dude?
What do you mean we? I don't. Oh, I'm just referring to us on stream and the 5 people watching.
Oh, okay.
We're laughing at leftist retards. There's a bit of a civil war in the comments right now because there's someone that's either rage baiting me or genuinely curious about my opinions. I can't tell one. And everyone else in chat, including Sort of and Michael, are just getting on his head. If a heterosexual man is sleeping with post-op trans women, is the individual looks female enough? No, dude, their hormones are still there. You can still hear the voice. They never get rid of the Adam's apple. It's still a dude, okay? Like, no matter how many surgeries or tattoos I get, I don't stop becoming human.
Yeah, just because you try to make yourself look like a woman doesn't mean you are actually going to be a woman, because, I mean, if that's the case, you're going to have to try to change your... That's impossible.
Yeah, and the reality is, even a lot of them that can afford all the surgeries, like, most of them don't even end up actually looking like women. It's very, very rare. There's, like, maybe... The most convincing one I can think of is maybe Blair White, but it depends on the video or picture.
Nikita Dragon's pretty convincing.
I don't know who that is.
I'll send you a picture. See if I find it.
You have a cock, you are a woman.
She was talking shit to the cops, and she ended up pissing on the bench, treating them like shit.
Are you a patriot is a really personal and politically charged question. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean?
Rage baiting you, my boy.
Well, they're saying that to Sort of, who's continually asking them if they're a patriot. Mr. Crayola, say the word. Which one? The N-word? I can't say that. I'll get banned. Which word?
Go to his Patreon if you want to hear that one.
Yeah, go to my Patreon if you want to hear me say the N-word.
He's pretty convincing.
That too. I need the word to ban him. Yeah, I made Michael mod.
Michael's pretty base, so I see no problem with that.
I'm gonna break my rule again. I'm gonna say, because Level Coast is actually interacting with chat now. I'll say if he asks one of these, if he asks another rage baiting question, ban him instantly. No remorse. Don't even notify me about it, because it's funnier if he's just gone instantly. You don't have a Patreon in the description? Not yet.
Because that was a joke.
I'll make one. I'll make one for that for that specific purpose.
So fucking dumb.
It's not even gonna be me actually saying it. It's just like an edited AI voice saying the N-word, just edited over the audio.
Neighbor. Norse.
Level Coast, you haven't confirmed any sort of patriotism. Now I don't even want to laugh at the leftist in the video. This chat's far funnier right now. Our viewership massively dropped, so I think maybe we should get
folks,
to it.
A little bit.
Shut up, Libtard. By the way, so you know what we're looking at in a few seconds. The video is can't counter left-wing arguments, just lie. So you know it's gonna be great.
Let's listen to it. Like, as much fun as shitting on people is, let's try to actually see if we can logically dismantle his argument. Though it actually might be minorly helpful for someone.
Probably not. I'm just gonna say listen at the physiognomy and the video title. I'm just saying, like, I get what you're saying. I agree. But the second he says something stupid, I'm laughing at him.
Alright, go for it, man.
He's an inbred commie. Give mod status to your Patreon followers when you make one. Yes, every Patreon follower gets mod status. That can't go wrong.
What the fuck? That's the equivalent of just having a nuclear Armageddon. Like, everyone will be banning everyone at once. It'll be horrendous. Mutually reserved destruction in chat.
Hey folks, a little bit ago I was looking at my channel analytics and noticed that of all of my videos, the two with the most views, both are unscripted, which is odd given the vast majority of my videos at this point are scripted. And that led me to the sort of realization that if I want to get more views, I need to do less work.
Well, that's all right then.
Let's take...
Yeah, you had that problem?
Yeah, dude. Okay, I'll agree with him here. I know, as a fellow creator, I know exactly what he's talking about. Like, recently, for shorts, I started doing some stuff other than the daily reloads. Like, I started doing some stuff that requires actual effort and money spent. So I posted some of my range training footage. Like, stuff that you'd think would be more interesting than reloads. Especially when you consider there's fucking reloads in the training footage, too. My training footage is all in the single-digit views. Meanwhile, the YouTube shorts are all, like, thousands of views. So... makes no sense, dude.
Oh, fucking no, man. I don't understand why the algorithm pushes low effort slop like it does, but here we are.
No, dude. Level, I hate you. Grr, I also hate certain groups of people.
Whoever the fuck said grr?
It's Michael.
Don't go to sleep tonight.
Michael gets a pass.
Michael, you son of a beautiful person.
Level Ghost, are you a Patriot or not? Stop dodging the question and answer. The word Patriot has become very loaded. What happens if I say yes or no? This is awesome. This is the best chat we've ever had. Alright, let's try and stay on topic now.
A look at a video on the YouTube channel Wilfer, which was previously known as Andre Turbea, as far as I understand. He was a fairly well-known animation YouTuber, not someone that I was personally particularly familiar with. Andre has taken a little bit of a public right-wing turn as of late, with the most notable video, as far as I can tell, being one discussing Emma Watson's...
Icky. Ew.
Huh?
I said that's so icky. Ew.
Ew, you mean he changed his mind? Ew. That's gross. I feel filthy. Like, I need to take a shower.
Controversy surrounding J.K. Rowling, a bunch of nonsense that really doesn't matter at this point. We've talked about Rowling and her lies and things like that in the past. Essentially, this is how it's gone down. Andre makes a video in which he says some very, very silly things and kind of shows his ass. People rightfully criticize him for it, and so he makes a follow-up video in which he shows his ass even more, leading to more criticism,
it's kind of
to
gay.
Another response video, etc., etc., etc. What I'd like to do today is respond to one of the most recent videos in that sort of series titled Reacting to Leftists' Meltdown in My Comments, with, of course, meltdown in all caps.
Hi, it's me again. Today we're gonna react to some comments I got on my recent videos because a lot of them are 1, delusional, and 2, borderline insane. And it would be a shame to not look at them together and get some good old content out of this.
So okay, right off the bat, we are reiterating the title of the video. Essentially, these comments are going to be just absolute, utter, deranged nonsense. People be...
Yeah, it's called an intro.
That's crazy, man.
It's called an intro. You mean he's reiterating the thesis of the video that was also put in the title? Wow, it's almost like... I'd like to point this out. You see this with a lot of like leftist counter arguments against right-wing people. A lot of it's just nitpicking.
Yeah, have you ever noticed that when people tend to lose arguments, they tend to go after the small stuff that doesn't matter, like you misspelling a word or something, or you're using improper grammar?
Yeah, it's like, haha, you accidentally spelt need with one E instead of two.
Yeah.
Being insane, people being ridiculous, etc. let's hear it.
Starting with the first video that kicked off this entire leftist avalanche, the Great Meltdown, as I like to call it, J.K. Rowling is so far into her transphobia, she literally started denying Nazi crimes against trans people to diminish their suffering. There's a lot to be upset about here, and I'm gonna start with this one in good faith because yes, I looked this up and there is some truth to the accusation. When someone said that Nazis burnt books about transgenderism, J.K. Rowling did tweet, "How did you type this out and press send without thinking I should maybe check my source for this because it might have been a fever dream?" And she was in fact wrong.
Okay, so already
No comment.
I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
Accused by insane leftist meltdown, what he meant was objectively correct statement.
They did apparently burn such books, but I mean, they burnt a lot of books on a lot of topics. So making this just about the trans thing is a bit presumptuous, in my opinion.
But on top of that, his response is complete nonsense. Nobody is making this all about trans people except J.K. Rowling.
Did you miss the comment he was responding to? It was literally... whatever.
People are criticizing her Holocaust denial over their treatment of trans people because that is the thing that she denied. If J.K. Rowling had denied any other Nazi crime, that is what we would be talking about. What Andre is essentially doing here is watching his ideological ally lie about something and then complaining that the left is responding to the lie.
And I love how this person closes their comment with, "There's a lot to be upset about here." I feel like this pretty much sums up the entire leftist mantra. Did someone mention J.K. Rowling? Yes. Did they call her a transphobe? No. Oh my god, there's a lot to be upset about here.
So that was an outright lie, right? That person was not...
How?
Let him cook. Let him cook, bro.
About you not calling J.K. Rowling a transphobe. They were specifically referring to the fact that J.K. Rowling denies an element of the Holocaust and saying that is something worthy of being upset about.
Burning books is an element of the Holocaust? How does burning books kill people?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm retarded or wasn't paying attention, but I don't really see the link there. I know Holocaust is brought up temporarily, but I don't know why.
Yeah, he's definitely leaving out some context. Either that, or he's one of those people that believe the 10 stages of genocide bullshit, where getting rid of bad information is somehow genocide.
Dude, there's a lot more genocides I initially realized. God, what was it? The Persians? No, it was the Ottomans. They did a genocide right before the Armenian genocide. Yeah, they did a genocide like a few years before they were disbanded. Around 1 million people fucking died. Saddam? What is it? Saddam Hussein. He also committed a genocide too, against the Kurds, which is a white ethno group in Iran and in some parts of Iraq. Yeah, no one really likes to talk about that stuff. I don't know, man.
It didn't happen to brown people, so it didn't count.
Oh, God. All right.
Genocide doesn't count when it happens to white people, straight people, or Christians.
Yeah, that's why no one's talking about what the fuck is going on in Nigeria right now.
Yeah.
More other countries throughout Africa.
South Africa is another one.
Of course.
He literally didn't refute the claim, he stated an opinion. Yeah, leftists tend to do that a lot, too. They don't really refute stuff, they just kind of restate their own opinion.
You, Andre, then poorly animated them screaming at the top of their lungs as a substitute for an argument because, of course, you know they're right and there's nothing you could say in response.
YouTubers, when they fall off.
See, there he goes again, bro.
Yeah.
Criticizing his art style, like fucking criticizing and misusing the grammar.
Yeah, not even stuff that disproves its point. It's just, man, I don't like your animation style.
Before I was like, you know what? These guys, they did the research for videos. Maybe I'm lacking something. No, often the time, people just make videos about topics they know literally fucking nothing about.
I'd call it childish, but then again, I don't know what I expect from someone who looks like a 14-year-old boy, so...
Damn!
Like...
Damn! Alright, bro.
animated them screaming at the top of their lungs as a substitute for an argument because, of course, you know they're right and there's nothing you could say in response.
YouTubers when they fall off.
I am Adolf Hitler.
Okay, so that was a genuinely hyperbolic comment. The entire video was made up of comments like these. I still wouldn't feel like I got my $0 worth, but I would at least understand why it was titled as it was. That said, Andre's response is significantly worse than anything that this comment implied.
I feel like this perfectly showcases one of the main reasons why nobody can take these people seriously. It's such a fractured logic. Okay, let's sketch this out. This circle represents actual Nazis, okay? And this circle over here represents someone who just has other priorities in life than to be a so-called trans ally. Now, just because there is a circumstantial overlap of 0.00001% here does not make the two circles equal.
J.K. Rowling's agreement with the Third Reich on this subject is not some incidental happenstance, right? Not only does she substantiate...
Yeah,
so she doesn't like transgenders, or she doesn't think transgender or trans people are men or women.
Yeah, you agreed. You agreed with the Nazis on one issue, therefore now you are a Nazi.
Didn't he literally just prove the person he's criticizing? Like, he fucking proved his point. I'm so confused. What? I don't know, again, unless I'm being stupid and missing something, but I don't think I am.
I don't think I'm missing it either. The 4 people that are torturing yourselves watching this, did we miss something here? Or, like, I've been asking them that all night, because, like, for the last 30 minutes to an hour, we've just been watching stupid shit. And, like, one video we watched earlier was from that same guy, that atheist guy that we criticized for the homosexuality in the Bible take. I watched another one of his videos on stream. One on why Christians are
yeah, I know him.
Yeah, one on why Christians are able to be pro-choice, which is fucking wild. Yeah, Christians can be pro-child sacrifice. Okay.
I don't know. When it comes to that, it's a slippery slope. From what I've realized of everything I've seen, is the gradual dehumanization of the fetus. Like, I guess it's the language they use, mainly. Clump of cells. I mean, granted, there's some other things too. Like, well, they can't feel. No, they can. Nervous system is developed quite early on in childhood.
The X-rays of them fucking squirming from the pain are fucking horrifying, dude.
I know.
I don't get how you can ever see videos like that and then still support that shit.
I don't fucking know. Man, I really don't.
Man, I fucking hate Moloch supporters. Me too, man. Dude, sometimes I feel like that one meme of, like, the stick figure just, like, in the fetal position rocking on the ground, and he's like, I hate the Antichrist, I hate the Antichrist, I hate the Antichrist. You know that one?
I think so.
Agree with their supremacist ideology when it refers to trans people. She also is directly downplaying their crimes. Rowling, by denying this element of the Holocaust, is directly and objectively running defense for the real-life Nazi party. This isn't some you drink water and Hitler drink water situation.
Can you pause that real quick?
Yeah.
Looking for the facts and trying to find the truth is not running defense for everything. It's just an objective action. You can have ulterior motives for why you're doing it, but the action of seeking the truth is neither defensive or offensive. It's just an action, and you need to separate the two. It's fucking dumb.
Mind you, in fact, hold on. What's this guy's name? This guy's channel name? Edgier Than Tell? Hold on. Let me, because I'm sure he has a video on the Holodomor, getting mad at people. Would he
Honestly, I saw...
Okay, you know what? That's it. Where the fuck is Michael? No, Michael needs to ban these fuckers. I forgot what I was doing. We'll get back to that in a second.
Wow, what's happening in the chat?
Can I ban him? Can I do it from my phone? I can. Removed. Either an Indian or a bot. Like, one of the fucking two, dude. Dude, I'm getting so fucking sick of like, random people who I've never seen on my channel before out of nowhere. Like, would you date a trans woman? Do you think trans people should be able to go into the bathroom? Shut the fuck up. Get off my goddamn channel. Dude, I'm about to fucking crash out from this shit.
Got a haircut! My boy be spiffy!
Oh yeah, I got a haircut now. Dude, I feel like I have 5 pounds less on my. Oh yeah, if you're watching the stream, look at the shirt.
What the fuck?
It's hilarious.
Trans, I didn't get to learn if that was a patriot or not. That was an Indian. Of course he's not a patriot. Okay? He's either an Indian or a Chinese bot. Okay? One of the two.
Clear ideological overlap.
Leftists do this a lot, apparently. They hyperbolize everything to sound a lot worse than they actually are in reality, just to make their point, which is at the very least disingenuous.
Just as a reminder, the title of this video uses leftist meltdown in all caps. That just feels relevant.
I think calling someone Hitler over a difference of opinion probably is a meltdown, believe it or not.
It's quite the lead.
Right now.
Shake my head. Dude, this isn't about politics, it's about human rights. J.K. Rowling is purposefully trying to take away trans people's rights, all in the name of safety for women and children. This whole video is a huge yikes. And listen, I see a lot of people mentioning that it's about human rights, and it's just not. Again, someone else says, everyone should be treated equally. This isn't politics, it's humanity. Someone else goes, the problem with politicizing everything is that we forget that one side says some people don't deserve to live, well, the other opposes that.
Yeah, what, like 1% on the fringes say that other people with a difference of opinion shouldn't be able to live? At least referring to the right? I know that doesn't apply to the left, because there was a lot of you fuckers celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. A lot of you guys. Believe it or not, these people did have a meltdown. They did. We're fucking seeing it right now, and this guy's like, these aren't meltdowns. Completely strawmanning my opponent to make them seem like genocidal tyrants. It's not a meltdown. They talk about equality, but not for certain types of people. Yeah, it's like the it's like the one quote from that book, Animal Farm. They're all equal, but some are more equal than others.
Yeah. At what point are we going to look at the terms equally, dude? By treating everyone equal, does that mean ignoring their actions and treating everyone from a... You know what? Never mind. I lost my train of thought. I'm fucking tired.
To be fair, this video is probably not helping either.
Yeah, probably not.
I keep harping on this subject, but I really don't think you could call any of those comments an insane meltdown, but I digress.
Someone else goes, the problem with politicizing everything is that we forget that one side says some people don't deserve to live, while the other opposes that. Who's
funny coming from the crowd that supports abortion? That is incredibly ironic. Coming from the side that celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk. Incredibly ironic. Go ahead, my bad.
It's all good. I was going to say, you know, one could say, oh yeah, well the conservatives support death penalty. Wait, do we? Do some people, do some conservatives not support the death penalty? Fucking gray areas.
Anyone who doesn't fucking support it is stupid. Especially Christians, because one, God commands it. So for Christians, for them not to support it is insane. Second of all, what kind of justice system do you have if you fucking let serial killers and rapists and pedophiles keep living?
Especially if they're repeat offenders.
Yeah.
I mean, the stupid fucking catch and release bullshit that so many police departments do. I don't understand it.
I mean,
how does that even happen?
I mean, that's why Irina died, because the guy that killed her was let out 14 fucking times. Most of them violent offenses, by the way. It's like the saying of the of like mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent.
Very true. I wonder who said that. It's pretty good.
I forget who said it, but it is a good quote. You should look it up sometime.
True.
Like,
I think
do you think
to
trans
the
women who had bottom surgery? No, okay, dude, No, these are actually fucking bots, dude. These are bots. Fucking. Okay, you know what?
Wait. Hold on. Let me read it. Damn. Allow them to fucking talk in the chat. We'll debate them.
These aren't real people, dude. These aren't real people. These are fucking fresh accounts with no activity who have never been on this channel before, who come out of nowhere and are like, what do you think of trans women? All asking about the same fucking shit over and over again. These are bots, dude.
I don't fucking know, man.
Unless Twitter got angry at me and they're sending their fucking goon squad after me. You know what? Sort of, happy fucking birthday. You're mod now.
I'm sort of not okay with that.
Well, Michael's not here, so unless you want to drag Michael back in to deal with these guys.
Congratulations, Sora. You're now a mod.
Sort of, if you abuse this privilege, I'm going to ban you from the Discord. No,
He's going to dig you down, bro. He's going to dig you down.
No, okay. I'm pretty sure he's a minor. I'm not going to go along with that.
Never mind. I retract that. And I detest that you even brought that.
I have the power. Yes, ban all non-patriots from my chat.
Says that they don't deserve to live. The majority of people who are opposing or simply don't want anything to do with the trans cause do not wish death on anyone. They are simply saying, we don't want trans propaganda shoved down our throats and certainly not polluting the brains of our children.
Okay, so I could talk about this subject for a while, and in fact I have already talked about it on this channel quite a while ago in a video that doesn't really hold up to my current quality standards, but I think still makes the point fairly well, so I'll summarize it here. Currently, in the United States and in the UK, you have an anti-trans movement which makes a very clear effort to assign death warranting labels to trans and broadly queer people. Essentially, this—
What are you talking about? What?
You mean Jet? What? What the fuck is he talking about?
Can we get an example? Can you put an example on screen of what you're talking about? Yeah. Source?
Legitimately, what? I've never fucking heard that. I have never heard Trump say anything once about fucking killing trans people or whatever, dude. What the fuck?
Also, really? The UK? The UK, where you'll get fucking arrested for anti-gay or anti-trans speech? The UK? Alright.
The people are retarded.
Is how
Very.
It works. The right-wing propaganda machine daily puts out content calling trans people predators, abusers, and groomers, and then later just completely...
Yeah, that's a fucking straw man. You're not paying attention to the actual argument. The argument is that pushing this shit upon children is grooming.
Yeah.
You should not be putting sexual ideas into children's head.
You know why? Because they're literally not mature enough in order to handle that complex of a topic.
They're impressionable. You give a kid options, they're probably gonna take it.
Oh, that's fucking awesome.
That previous subject tells you that they think that predators, abusers, and groomers and the like should be given the death penalty.
Sort of shit that never happened. Yeah, exactly. Can I get shit that never happened for 1,000?
Penalty. It feels a little bit insulting for me to even ask you to read between the lines there, but essentially what they're counting on is for liberals to not pick up on the things that they're actually saying, and for their conservative audience to hear them. Recently on this channel, we've covered explicit examples of right-wing propaganda targeting trans people and accusing them of all manner of different abusive and violent crimes, completely made up. Complete nonsense. But of course, these are the same people that think that the people who commit those crimes should be executed. So yes, while the majority of right-wing pundits don't directly come out and say they think that trans people should be killed, they do say, we think that trans people are this category of people that we also think should be killed.
Leftists keep...
Okay.
Spoken like someone who has never taken the time to actually hear out the argument.
No.
So I mean, the funny thing is, him doing that actually makes his own point less valid. Because what he's implying there is that all trans people do these things. So in that case, I should go even harder in my opposition to them, should I not? Because it's not just some of them, then.
I don't know. Like, I think it's a little stupid for him to be saying that. God damn, dude. I'm like lost in a small pill of banana ice cream. Hold up, let me actually collect my thoughts.
That's understandable.
Dude, this shit's so...
What I will say from watching this is maybe he should have stuck to scripting his videos, because this is bad.
Oh. So, no. Majority of people out there, they say that trans people have a higher proclivity.
I got to address the Indian in my chat. Do you think trans women don't experience domestic violence? All fucking people experience domestic violence. These are stupid fucking bot questions. Sort of ban him. It's the same shit every fucking time. Where are they coming from, dude? I'm actually getting fucking pissed and stressed right now, dude. I'm sorry.
I can't really go to his channel. I don't really see it. Avoid him. I just can't do it from the chat. But yeah. No, basically no one says that all trans people do this. Majority of people just say that trans people have a higher proclivity of doing such actions, which is something he doesn't understand clearly, because he says that you think the majority of people think that all trans people don't do this.
Well, I think there's a reason for that. I think I think a large part of the reason for that is not only can they not reproduce, but a lot of leftist groups in general don't want to reproduce due to feminist anti-natalist ideology. So if they can't reproduce, then the most ideal way to keep their ideology living on is to indoctrinate your kids.
Oh yeah.
Which makes sense then why they're going after the kids so hard.
Oh yeah.
This is about human rights, but human rights are generally understood as the right to live, the right to have access to food, the right to breathe clean air, drink clean water, the freedom of thought, such as, I don't know, maybe the right to not be forced to declare yourself an ally to a movement you simply don't care that much about. Do you see the hypocrisy here?
So of course I know that Andre is not an American. In fact, that's a large part of his justification for why he's anti-trans. But here in America, we generally boil down our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And well, I believe Andre when he says that he doesn't think that trans people should be denied the right to life. He is of the opinion that they should be denied the other two rights. They shouldn't have the social liberty to act upon their will, and they shouldn't have the ability to pursue...
Yeah, liberty doesn't mean being able to do whatever you want. This is why I left libertarianism. Also, no, they still have the right to the pursuit of happiness. Just because you're not able to do whatever you want doesn't mean that you can't pursue happiness. Just because fucking Jeffrey Dahmer over there can't go running around killing black people and eating them doesn't mean that he doesn't have the right to... Oh, dude. What is going on, dude? They're not even real accounts. They're all accounts with just 2 letters for a name. Asking... Fucking ban him. Ban him. Is Twitter fucking sending people after me? What's going on? Like, unironically, what is happening right now?
I don't know.
Dude, I know it's not real, too, because they're all asking the same fucking shit. It's all the same nonsense. Like, it's not even, like, natural questions that people would come in and ask. And they're all structured in the same exact way. They're all, like, the same exact person is writing them over and over again. They don't look distinct. Like, people have somewhat distinct typing styles. These don't look like they're real fucking texts. Sorry, fellas, I had to go. Something came up. It's all good. We all got lives. Sort of, he had a gay flag profile picture. I will make this chat great again.
To their own personal happiness because it violates his conservative values. This is, of course, some version of the argument that a lot of the people commenting on his videos are making. And while it's possible that he disagrees with the specific human rights that they personally believe in, what he's done instead here is just redefine the word and then pretend that was the word that they were using. When these people referred to trans rights as a human rights issue, something that I happen to agree with, they were not referring to the right to breathe clean air or drink clean water. They were referring to the rights of liberty and the pursuit of happiness.
Which includes what? That's a slippery fucking slope. Like, you can say the liberty, pursuit of happiness, but you could also say, okay, that also applies to the detriment of others to fulfill your own desires. Like, at what point are we going to draw the line?
Yeah, it's too fucking vague. Also, define trans rights, because at least in the United States, they have all the same rights as everyone else. They're not being oppressed. What's going on is that they want extra rights.
Mm-hmm.
It also bears mentioning that none of these people have attempted to deny his right to free thought. That was just a thing that he made up. They're arguing with him and telling him they think he's wrong, which is, of course, their free speech. This is just one of those, like, cowardly arguments that a lot of conservatives like to...
Hey man, you're violating his right to pursuit of happiness. You shouldn't say mean things to him.
...to make, where you'll criticize them, and then they'll say your criticism is a denial of their right to have an opinion, when that's not what happened. You know, nobody tried to ban you from speaking. They just said your speech was really dumb, because it objectively was.
If you're looking for a trans ally in me, you're not gonna find...
Hold on. I just gotta... Objectively, you're an atheist. You can't believe in anything. Like, you can't know anything for certain. From the atheist worldview, it's all scientific theory. They can all be disproved later. So what do you mean objectively? What do you mean it was objectively dumb? It's all subjective opinions, bro.
Really dumb, because it objectively was.
If you're looking for a trans ally in me, you're not gonna find one. Oh my god, WTF! You cannot be an ally without personally knowing someone of that group? Damn, I can't support a lot of things then. And yeah, that's exactly right. You're onto something here. You don't have to be an ally of everything. I can finally see a couple of neurons moving over there.
You are, of course, correct here. You are not legally or physically required to support any particular cause. Nobody is doing that to you. However...
Oh my god! Stop! Stop! Whoever's botting, fucking stop. Dude. Go waste your fucking 50-cent third world paycheck somewhere else, you goddamn bugman subhuman. Holy shit.
You are absolutely morally culpable for your actions in the world. And if you make the decision to oppose the rights of a given group of human beings on the basis that your culture doesn't support it, or because you personally don't know a trans person, you are absolutely deserving of criticism for that. You don't have to be an ally of everything unless your goal is to be a good person and do good things, in which case to a certain extent, you kind of do.
And by the way, it is my human right to say that I don't have the same interests and priorities as some of you other outspoken people out there.
Obviously, everybody's going to have their different personal interests and the things that they find the most important in the moment, but you are expected to at least make an attempt to be supportive of everybody.
Listen, if somebody were to say, this person who just happens to consider themselves the opposite sex should not have the right to food, water, or to be alive, I will 100% think, yeah, that is wrong. But not because they think they're the opposite sex, because they are a human being first and foremost. What you don't have is extra rights, because this whole movement is, in my opinion, about gaining rights that all the rest of us don't get. What leftists call basic human rights is actually special rights that in some situations even override the rights of the rest of the people. So there's the paradox.
Yeah, exactly. He's right there. And it's one of the biggest problems with the trans rights argument. It ends up overriding the rights of everyone else. Speaking of trans rights, since these bots keep asking about it, the next one of those bots you see, fucking flag them. Both of you, Michael and Sort of, before you ban him, report him so that he gets an IP ban and he stops fucking doing this shit.
I'm ever in a situation where I have to speak up, if these are the rights that you're being denied, then yes, I will say that that is wrong.
Also, add trans to the list of banned words, just temporarily. That way they can't get any of their messages through.
But for these rights over here, I will not.
So I'd now like to ask if you noticed anything there, particularly the fact that he didn't mention a single specific right to be opposed, which you would think would be easy if leftists are demanding all of these rights that shouldn't exist. The problem, of course, is that you couldn't name any of those rights because every so-called trans right that is some sort of special, unique right for only trans people is just an extension of their right to act upon their will. Access to gender-affirming care, for instance, is a right not because it's for trans people, but because everybody should have the right to pursue their own happiness, and gender-affirming care is oftentimes a significant route to happiness for trans people.
And by the way, the moment leftists cheered for the conservative guy being killed, you lost me on the human rights.
I don't know about that one, bud. You have the right to pursue happiness. Pursuing doesn't include the government just handing it to you.
Yeah,
via the taxpayer's dollar.
Yeah, dude, just because you have the right to pursue happiness doesn't mean you have the right to happiness itself.
Ugh.
Argument, because you can't support human rights for these people but deny this guy the #1 human right, which is the right to life, because that's what you're doing when you laugh at somebody dying. You're saying that his life is meaningless.
Again, I do have to point out that this guy has spent a portion of this video complaining that anybody criticizing him is denying his right to free thought, and then here he is trying to do the exact same thing to other people, which of course is not denying their right to free thought, but that's how he's interpreted it. But also,
when the fuck did he say that?
Response to Charlie Kirk's death should have really.
He didn't. It's fucking straw man's, dude.
Yeah, no.
It's like the meme of like, huh, your opinion is right, then why do I aggressively misunderstand your point?
No bearing on your opinion of trans rights, right? If you believe in basic human rights, you should believe in trans rights, even if you think that the left was in some way inappropriate or unkind about Charlie Kirk. If that's your standard of argument, I could fill this entire channel with video after video after video of all of the reasons why I'm not conservative that would just be because of personal individual failings of conservatives. But of course, that's not why I'm not a conservative. I am on the left, not because I think that conservatives have engaged in a bunch of individual moral failings, or at least that's not the majority of why I'm on the left. I'm on the left because I ideologically disagree.
Hold on. It's not why you're on the left, yet you think that so, hold on. You don't think that the right is wrong because of individual moral failings, and that's not why you're on the left. So essentially, the moral failings, or the morality of it, doesn't matter to you. It's just whatever you feel like. Atheist, dude. This is why I can't fucking stand subjective morality. It's not the moral problems that I have an issue with. Okay, so then it would just be whatever you feel like.
With conservative ideology. You're of course allowed to disagree with the behavior of anybody on the left, but that disagreement should really have very little bearing on whether you agree or disagree with the fundamental ideological underpinnings of progressivism.
Yikes, yikes, yikes. Saying that leftists try to bully you into submission shows just where your mind is. What you say is bullying is people attempting to educate you on a topic you clearly have no clue about.
Oh, dude, I fucking hate you. Yeah, I'm gonna educate. Dude, I hate that shit so much, dude.
Okay, educating doesn't involve threatening nor insulting. Which majority of the people that I have seen do. Like, come on now.
Where are these coming? What the fuck is going on?
I don't fucking know.
Oh,
They saying
gonna
they're not
search-
a bot?
No, it's another bot. See, this is why I know they're bots, because they're not even fucking interacting with anything going on the stream.
Why the fuck does YouTube just have free fucking floating bots?
I don't know. Let me search up if like someone's starting shit. Okay, mostly shitty art. Okay, well, I don't... Alright then. That's fucking weird. Oh, the music's out.
You know what else is weird?
Jag off, Mr. Crayola, I banned him. Good. It's the best mod I've ever had. Unironically, though, where the fuck are these people coming from?
I don't know.
Dude, I gotta go check out... Hold on. I'm gonna check someone else's stream, see if they have bots popping up. Let's check on what Griffin's doing. Mario Kart? Are there any bots here?
Mario Curd?
Mario Curd. The Mario Curd genocide?
Shut the fuck up.
No comments on those flags. No comment. What if we skip here? Do they have anything? Refresh, fucker. It's just not gonna refresh. Alright. What about Newsmax? There's gotta be botting there.
Abuses.
There's no way it's just me. If it's just me, you know they're trying to fucking piss me off. Michael, I'm not 40, I'm 29. Okay, so there is a person behind the botting now, because the second I start talking about how they're not talking about anything related, it's like, oh, I'm gonna address someone now.
Ugh.
No, don't ban him yet. ZZ, you fucker behind the account, why are you botting my stream, dude? Like, what's your issue? Oh, he's gone now.
Damn.
Sucks to be him. Man, that's rough. I couldn't imagine.
No? How about I'm a grown adult and I don't care to be quote-unquote educated by random strangers on the internet? Again, human rights. You have no right to force your self-appointed authority to educate me on any topic whatsoever.
Does he not hear himself? Here, nobody is trying to force you to hold their opinions. They are making statements and then criticizing you when you respond inappropriately to those statements. This is such a pathetic counter-argument that is already argued against by the comment you just showed on screen. Saying people are trying to bully you into submission is ridiculous when all they're doing is telling...
I don't even remember what he's talking about. I'm gonna get off this video. I don't know where the fuck we are now.
I don't either.
Dumbass botters in chat ruin it. Let me check other people, see what's going on.
So apparently Steve Jobs was a really fucking massive asshole. Basically put down everyone around him.
Sounds like his company. Look, dude. Okay, Zach S. bought fucking subhuman in my chat. Why are you botting my chat? It's incredibly gay. Like, this can't be worth whatever money you have to spend on this. Like, it's not bots, it's just this one retarded kid. Clearly he is retarded because he's gonna get a fucking IP. Wait, are you able to IP ban him as a mod? I feel like that should be a feature. I'm 29. I'm not a kid. You're a liar.
Where is this? Are you streaming on Twitch too? Oh no, there he is. Okay, so Zach S is actually a person. What's your point, Zach S?
No, clearly he's the same fucking guy, because he's the same guy as the first guy that started asking shit, because conveniently they're all 29. Zach, what the fuck do you want?
I just want to hear his point. I want
my questions answered. Why?
Hold on. What are your questions? I don't know. What if he's actually genuinely interested in learning?
Well, if he's genuinely interested, I don't have a problem. But I'm curious why he's fucking spamming my chat on 20 different accounts to ask these questions. Why, dude?
Okay. Can you list your questions so that way you could answer them?
I was just curious what your opinion is. Again, why? Like, I've never seen you comment on my channel or in the stream before. And all of a sudden, you're so curious to know what my opinion is. To prove bans won't stop me? Don't you have a more interesting question? Like, most people are against the trans stuff now, so I'm not going to really say anything you haven't heard.
Okay, well, the reason why we banned you is because we literally thought you were a fucking robot. So that's why.
Refer to the question I literally just posted? Yeah, I know the trans question. You're really interested about that.
Just curious. Bruce bans. I want my question answered.
Most voters in Massachusetts are for trans rights. Yeah, Massachusetts, a blue state. Again, let's look at who won the popular vote last election and what they ran on. No, I don't think that guy's doing a good job with it. However, the people still voted for what they thought they were getting. So, look at
question 3. I mean, all right.
No, okay, what about it?
He wants a yes or no.
No, because the discrimination is way too arbitrary. Now, if you can give me an example of what you count as discrimination, then I can go on that. But if it's just disparate impact, there's less trans people in this area than the other area, therefore it's discrimination. And no, I don't agree. Almost 70% voted yes. Well, the 1/3 that said no, 1/3 is still a big, decent chunk of the population, especially in a blue state. Hard blue state. It protects trans people from discrimination in bathrooms and locker rooms on basis of gender identity. Yeah, I don't think people who are biologically men should be in bathrooms with people who are biologically women. Also, again, I still don't get this. Like, not to be that guy, but you see what's in my background. I think you can guess what my opinion on this is going to be.
He also really loves Yakub.
I also really love Yakub. And most voters in Massachusetts disagree with your views? That's Massachusetts, man. I'm not in Massachusetts, so I'm sorry to break it to you.
Can you give us a reason to why they would? What do you have, like, a basic understanding of the viewpoints and to why they would disagree with us and our viewpoints? Because saying that they disagreed is one thing, but giving an example or reasoning behind why they did is kind of just what the fruit I'm trying to get after is. I mean, that's a bad analogy, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Sort of, either you're quoting something or, like, I don't believe you have a social media site. Oh, on any social media. I misread that. We're reading from a phone. I need to get a second monitor.
Oh, we got 5 people here. Oh, wait. That's literally just all of us. Never mind.
Oh, I get it now, since you posted it in the Discord. You're the guy from the fucking Twitter DMs and the guy in the Discord. Like, I'm gonna ban you from the Discord after, but...
So, what was happening on Twitter?
They posted this video of a random, like, trans activist. I didn't bother watching the rest because there was degen stuff and there were, like, the massive fake titties.
I think they left.
Not according to the American Medical Association, trans women are women. Yeah, have institutions ever been wrong?
Well, I also hope you know that institutions are also very heavily politically influenced.
Yeah, like, I find it funny that the crowd that talks about how we have institutional racism and sexism is so willing to trust the institutions all of a sudden. Like, you've already admitted they can be wrong, so I'm gonna need a little more than the experts say that you're wrong. Yeah, guess what? I say that the experts are wrong. What now?
So-called experts. Also, where are you getting this? Like, is he typing somewhere else? Because it's just not showing up for me.
What do you mean?
Like, in the stream.
No, he's texting it in live chat. What, if you're... What you can do, like I've had a problem with this, is you click on the settings button up at the top of the live chat and switch chat filter from top messages to all messages.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I don't know why that filter's on by default. You miss like 90% of the messages.
Dude, no fucking kidding.
Thoughts on... I'm not pronouncing it that way. I'm not pronouncing it that way.
Protects trans people from discrimination in bathrooms and locker rooms. Well, I don't know. I just personally, I feel like they shouldn't be in there, especially men being in women's bathrooms, because obviously they're physically larger. And even if you are on estrogen, fun fact about muscles is that they have really good memory. So even if you get them up to a certain size, they will always stay to a certain proportion of the size they used to be. Like, and women don't really have that. So even if they're on estrogen and the muscle mass strengths, they still are going to have a stronger than average muscle strength compared to women and a larger frame to support more muscle. I mean, obviously, there's an exception for everything, but we shouldn't base rules based on the exceptions. We should base the rules based on how basically, how do I say this? We should base it on the average, essentially.
No, this is just getting really stupid. Now it's in a debate over who makes more than each other.
Go easy on them, boys. Damn.
I mean, I'll give him credit. He's not being really lame about it and trying to like mass report the stream or anything stupid like that. So.
Well, no, yeah. That's what I wanted to. I mean, I thought he was going to be pretty semi-chill, so I wanted to give him a chance.
I just don't get why he cares about my opinion of all people so much. Like some Z-list gun tuber with like 2 followers on Twitter.
I mean, you might say you're some Z-list gun tuber, but you're still a dude and you have personal experiences that he doesn't have. You still have an opinion. It's good to, hey, I'm not Pakistani, I'm an Iranian. Michael, shut the fuck up. Forgive him. He broke off of his leash.
This is awesome.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't think anything wrong with trying to find out the opinion of some random person online, because honestly, there's a little something that every other person doesn't know about anyone else.
Oh, yeah,
always something that you can learn.
Well, yeah, I don't think there's a problem with it either. I just get really fucking pissed when you make 20 different accounts to come invade my chat and ask. Like, again, dude, I know you're in the Discord, dude. If you really wanted to know my opinion, you could have just asked there. Like, I would have answered you. I'm always in the Discord. I'm fucking no life in this shit, dude.
Zach, is there anything else you want to know? Just out of curiosity, like any other questions you want to be answered by either my or Cran's opinions? Or are you just going to continue to get in a flame war with Michael?
They're keeping each other occupied at this point. Great, now I can have a video on the second channel. Do I support Trump? No. I think he lied about a lot of his campaign promises. Listen, I don't support anyone either side that wants to make a Palantir fucking AI database. That's something everyone from all sides of the political spectrum should be worried about. Shit's scary.
It really fucking is.
Especially when you consider we're putting like AI in like weapons of war now. Like they're starting to put AI into drones that are being used in warfare now. So
are you fucking kidding me? I literally told you I was worried about AI being put into like drone swarms.
Dude,
fucking course.
now
No,
with
they
like
need to
the
fucking ban that shit. What the fuck are we doing to sing on their asses? The EU especially needs to get their shit together, dude. They need to work on one, building a stronger military, two, addressing the fucking birth rate collapses that are going on in their countries, and three, actually fucking acting like everything is completely okay. They just, dude, they have their heads so fucking far buried in the sand they can't fucking, they can't see anything that's fucking happening in front of them.
what is GAC?
Yeah, I don't really know what GAC is.
Yeah.
Michael, you're just a devil on everyone's shoulder, dude. You're just just not productive in this organizations across the country suing. Okay. Out of curiosity, on what basis is your organization suing Trump over? Do you mind if I ask that? I'm very curious.
Well, now according to his clarification, it's Trump's ban on gender-affirming care.
All right. If I'm not mistaken, isn't it gender-affirming care for minors?
Well, I mean, personally, I'll just be honest here. I don't think it should be there for anyone. I think we should get the people the psychiatric help they need. Help them to learn to love their body rather than hate it and want to change it.
Civil rights is a tricky subject. I'm not too well informed on civil rights.
I mean,
I don't know if it's different than human rights. I know it is to a certain degree. The personal rights guaranteed by the U.S. Constitution and federal laws that protect individuals from unlawful discrimination. Yeah, but what the law says that we must fork over our money to pay for bottom surgeries?
I mean, at the very least, I'd hope that Zach here and all of us could at least agree that it's probably not good for kids.
I don't know.
So.
I mainly just I want to try to expand my viewpoint on this. Clinics are being defunded for administer yacht and billing Medicaid. GAHT and billing Medicaid.
That is a funny acronym.
Got.
Especially in current year.
Got milk. Being defended. I don't know. For me, I think it's tricky. How I view it is, I personally view the like gender ideology. I view it as, instead of trying to solve the problem and figuring out why they're feeling that way, instead of solving it, they choose to embrace the problem as a whole, which I feel is just a really slippery slope that can lead to a slew of negative things that can happen in your life as a result. Although the one thing I have noticed is that there's no common ground. Like, the common ground is vastly different elevations compared to the right and left. Because every time I argue with someone on the left, like, it always boils down to like very small things that in theory we should like have common understanding over, but it just isn't. Like, the basis to arguments are different. The definitions of words are different. So it's no wonder no one is seeing eye to eye on anything. California covers gender-affirming care via Medicaid, including breast augmentation for trans women if medically necessary. But won't that ever be medically necessary unless a mistake happened and they have to go in and fix it, like a breast implant popping out or something?
Also, another thing is just, like, I don't want my tax dollars going to that. Now, listen, we could find some middle ground of maybe, like, adults who want to do it on their own money. Maybe that. Granted, I still don't like it. I think it's wrong.
All right.
However, I think I'd hope we could find some middle ground and at least agree that maybe we shouldn't be using people's tax dollars for it.
So to save lives, that's kind of, so with that right there, I don't really agree that does save lives. Granted, there's studies on both sides saying, one, it basically doesn't help at all, and in fact, it increases their chances of suicide. And I have seen alleged studies like for like the left tends to push that says it does save lives. But I think that if you do want to save lives, then a more productive approach would be to find out why they actually feel that way. and to see how they can actually remedy it instead of embracing the problem to begin with. But again, a lot of people don't see it as a problem. They think it's something you can champion yourself upon, which I don't agree with.
Again, I think, that kind of goes back to what I was saying. Like, I think the most productive approach is just to teach people to love their own body and to get over any insecurity that's there rather than hating it.
All right. So, do you think that most trans women can afford gender affirming procedures? People take out loans, crowdfund, and go into debt, or don't have surgery because they can't afford it. You see, with that, no, obviously it's going to be really expensive. But why should people who don't want to fund that be forced to?
Yeah. Here's the thing. Like, a lot of these women that want like lip fillers, butt lifts, breast jobs, like a tummy tuck, you probably wouldn't argue that we should be subsidizing and paying for them to do that. Like, these things that they want, like, you could argue might save their life. They might feel really bad if they don't get them, but that doesn't mean we have an obligation to pay for it for them.
No, and also I don't consider it as actually saving lives. I think it's just kind of like how I see it. It's like instead of how am I going to actually string this together? Like, I know what I want to say, but I'm having a slightly difficult time saying it.
God damn it! Sort of comes out of the word works, Zach. I still want to know if you're a patriot.
No, when it comes to that, I think it's like short-term emotional gratification over solving the root problem of what's happening. You can look at a lot of things here. I'm pretty sure there's a link between having a really bad relationship with the opposite parental figure or parental figures in general, and that leads you to have gender dysphoria, for example, where there's just a lot of confusion out there too. Like, just because you're into some feminine things as a guy doesn't mean you automatically have to be trans. Like, if it is something, it shouldn't be pushed. I feel like, unfortunately, that is what's happening for whatever reason. I don't really get that because, again, I just see it as a fundamental negative.
Gender affirming care is healthcare. When you ask someone with a broken arm if surgically repairing it is a need or a want. Here's the difference, though. A broken arm, we can objectively prove that helps the person to help them fix that. But with the trans stuff, it's very, very subjective and very arbitrary. Listen, I don't doubt that maybe there are some people that get the surgeries and it makes them feel better. Like, there's outliers for everything. But right. I'm speaking from personal experience, too. I have a cousin who is trans. I knew them growing up before they were trans. And very, very nice, great person. After they went through their hormones and the transition, they became a very bitter, resentful, angry person. And there's just a darkness there. They were not happy after doing all of that. And that's just after the hormones. So I can't imagine it's going to get much better with the surgery. Especially because the numbers show that post-op, the rate of suicide goes up.
Granted, I don't know if Zach is going to consider that because I mean, looking at him, I think he might want a source. We might have to find some because, like, in his comment right here, it says not a single medical source agrees with you, which I'm not too sure on that. Granted, I need to do more research, but what I have found is that it's kind of just a minefield of difference of opinions and viewpoints out there when it comes to these kind of studies.
The prenatal hormones and brain shape, like. Right. Dude, I don't disagree with you. I mean, that same stuff goes into why some people end up being gay. But the thing is, that doesn't mean, like, if someone is affected in a negative way mentally, that doesn't mean that you affirm whatever they say.
So, if that is the case, which I mean, that is interesting.
It is the case. Really that is proper science they're talking about, but
right, exactly.
Their mental state still doesn't make them a man or a woman or whatever they think they are, and that doesn't inherently mean that affirming that is correct. There's crazy people that want to chop off their arm, but you probably shouldn't let them do that.
Oh yeah, dude. They just have like a burning, uncomfortable desire to cut off their limbs. And dude, it's so fucking weird because they get so much satisfaction and relief after doing so.
Yeah. I think that's an important distinction to make too. You should you should make the distinction between what makes you happy and what's good. Me doing crack might make me really happy, but I'm sure Giga here would tell me that that's probably not a great idea.
Yeah, no, yeah, it probably would be.
Michael had to get one more punch in.
Of course. Ancestors own being genetics. So I don't know. I mean, there definitely could be a result of genetics when it comes to that. Some people think that being gay or being bi is a result of genetics as well. But I don't know. I think a lot of it can be traced back to trauma experienced in childhood too, improper parenting, stuff like that. Personally, that's where I lean when it comes to the causes. But again, I don't know for certain. I'm not exactly the most completely well-rounded, educated person when it comes to this topic, but that's just what I've seen.
Yeah, well, I mean, psychology and biology kind of go hand in hand, though. Like, the hormones you were talking about affect your psychology, so it's inherently linked with each other. And again, I'm not fucking denying it, dude. There are stuff like that in your genetics that can affect behaviors, your psychology, all of that. But the difference is whether how that affects you, your train of thought, means that what you're thinking is true.
I would like to point out, too, that there's also differences in the brains between people who fall under a more conservative line of thinking towards liberal as well. Just because it's a difference of structure and they're more likely to go down that path doesn't mean it's the ultimate underlying cause, though. It can definitely attribute to it, but I don't think it's the overarching reason. Like, maybe they're more susceptible to those kind of things.
Well, Zach, with that message, now you see how we feel about our tax dollars possibly going to the trans surgeries. Like, I don't think I'm going to convince you, but I'm gonna say, hopefully from that you can understand, because how you feel about that is how we feel about this.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, the objective evils on both sides seem to be not really swapped, but it's like, I don't fucking know. Like, I don't see ICE agents as evil. I see them as doing a good thing and enforcing the law to make sure that illegal immigrants don't come into the country. Honestly, I feel like we should shut down our borders until we actually figure out what the fuck we're doing. And it's just, I know it tears away families, but you can deport families together. Again, sometimes, as horrible as it sounds, necessary evils do need to take place in order for a greater good to actually happen. Like, no one ever said it's going to be a clean process, if that makes any sense. Granted, personally, I hope the process of removing illegal aliens from our country is a smooth one that doesn't result in any kind of bodily harm, but I know it's probably not going to be the case. May I ask you a question? Why is it that you don't like ICE? I would like to understand your view.
Hold on. Real quick, I want to add something. I'm not trying to be a dick, but this is on my stream. And he's coming here with a lot of this, so I just want something answered real quick. So we've been answering a lot of your questions for what, like the last 40, 50 minutes now? I don't know. I'm losing track of time. Why on the stream, and why bugging me about it? Like, why does my opinion matter? I'm a fucking nobody on the internet.
ICE is barbaric. You say they are barbaric. Now, Grant, I'm sure you're answering this question. I know you say they're barbaric, but also I want you to look at the protesters too. People who are lobbing bricks at them as well, throwing shit at them, trying to physically assault them. Like,
It's a habit?
to what extent?
What do you mean? The coming to the chat here?
That's justified. So I know you say they're barbaric. Obviously, I've seen videos and them like pushing down reporters and whatnot. There has to be a reason why they do it. They don't just do it willy-nilly too. For what I have seen, the reporters just kind of get in their faces as well. I think I heard them say back off. The guy in the frog suit, for example, probably shouldn't have sprayed it in there, but at the same time, where are you going to aim your... You can't really hit him in the eyes. Like, just kind of have to go to the filter. Look up Stonewall riots and go look yourself in the mirror. Look at yourself in the mirror. Man, I'm not trying to... Hold up. What the hell is he talking about?
From what I'm getting, it was a riot against police for some kind of unjustified police raid. Listen, man, if the police are fucking up, then, like, the police are fucking up. I don't agree with that.
No, I agree.
I think they should have rules and regulations on what they can and can't do. I also don't think rioting is justified either. I think there's better ways to make demonstrations and to protest than immediately turning to violence. Especially since oftentimes riots aren't very organized, so often people that agree with you end up getting caught in the crossfire too. You usually want to avoid friendly fire, so...
I'm gonna specifically read up on the Stonewall riots a little bit to actually try to understand why he's referencing it. Like, I know it was some random riot that took place, but I'm gonna find out why exactly he's referencing that specific source. Stonewall riots, also known as the Stonewall Uprising, Stonewall Rebellion, Stonewall Revolution, were a series of spontaneous riots and demonstrations against a police raid that took place in the early morning of June 28th, 1969, at the Stonewall Inn in the Greenwich Village neighborhood of the Lower Manhattan in New York City. Although demonstrations were not the first time American LGBTQ people fought back against government-sponsored persecution of sexual minorities, the Stonewall riots make a new beginning for the gay rights movement in the United States and around the world. Okay. American gays and lesbians in the 1950s and 60s faced legal system more anti-homosexual than those of some Western and Eastern Bloc countries.
While he's doing that, Zach, what's with harassing my channel then? Again, I want an actual question to that, or actual answers to that. And also, again, if you have questions, man, just message me on Discord. It might take me a bit to get back to you, but I'll respond. I won't respond on Twitter though. I don't respond to shit on there, so that's why I didn't respond to you there.
Okay, so what I've come to understand, basically the police raided a gay bar and it didn't go according to plan, resisted arrest, and basically it sparked a bunch of fucking clashes and violence against police officers.
MLK relied on violence in his protest? I don't think MLK was right for that. I don't think MLK is the arbiter of right and wrong. I think Jesus Christ is. Which, by the way, so I don't get strawmanned or misunderstood, that's not me saying that MLK is like all evil and completely 100% a bad guy. However, I don't think he's the perfect good either. Like, obviously, the Jim Crow era was bad. You probably shouldn't force segregation like that. Especially not to the extreme of, like, different fucking water fountains. That one's just a little bit fucking crazy to me.
Yeah. Also, I don't know if MLK relied on violence. I could have sworn he tried to remain as peaceful as possible.
No, he did. He used a lot of the modern BLM tactics.
Yeah. Never mind then.
Also, the lefties agreeing with me, so it's not a partisan thing either.
So, out of curiosity, Zach, if you don't like ICE, would you support what they were doing if they did it in a more civilized manner, according to you? So even here,
I wonder if he dipped.
me too.
I don't know what's going on, man.
Oh no, he's here. Taking people's rights away isn't civilized. What do you mean by rights, though? May I ask what you mean by that? Like, are you talking about their right to live in the country, or?
Well, I'm assuming that's what he means. I'm going to put a hypothetical to try and get him to kind of understand our point of view.
Right.
Zach, you said you're Iranian. And you said you don't like Israel, and I can imagine why.
Yeah.
let's say all of a sudden Israel, they had like a terrorist group out there, and all of a sudden there were a bunch of Israeli people coming through the borders, and you didn't know about any of them because they didn't go through the legal process. Would you feel comfortable with that? I would probably imagine not. Because you probably want to know that these are good people and not part of the violent group, right? I mean, I'm assuming, considering your politics, you're also probably for background checks and other gun control. Isn't that the reason we have background checks, or at least a reasoning behind it? From your side of the political aisle, it's for security, so we know who's who and who has what, right?
First, Fourth, Eighth Amendments. Well, yeah, but doesn't the majority of that pertain to that doesn't really pertain to going after illegal immigrants, so eighth, unless you were referring to the Stonewall riots and the police getting out of hand. I mean, then maybe you have a point. Eighth Amendment.
Well, I mean, you can argue that immigration is important and beautiful or whatever. I would disagree. I think there's certain people that probably shouldn't come in our country, but don't you at the very least want to know who's coming in your country? I mean, there's a lot of evil, bad people in the world. Don't you want to make sure it's only the good people coming in the country and not the bad people coming in the country? I feel like that's probably something important to know. Especially since a lot of police work and actually enforcing the law relies on knowing who's in the country, who lives in the area. I mean, if you don't even know a person is there, how could they be a suspect in a crime? It makes it a lot harder to trace down violent people.
Restrictive immigration policies are absolutely not racist, my friend.
If the restrictive immigration policies apply to all countries...
Shut the fuck up!
If the restrictive immigration policies apply to all the countries, white, brown, black, Asian, whatever race you can think of, if it applies to everyone, the European countries too, how is it racist?
I will say though,
is it racist for me to say that I want to make sure that some guy coming in here from Germany is a good guy? Is it racist for me to say that I want to make sure some guy from Sweden coming in is a good guy?
I'm going to say this right now. I don't think multiculturalism is a good thing for the most part. It can definitely work. But I feel like if you have a max influx of a lot of different people who have radically different views than you, there's going to cause a lot of internal conflict within the country they immigrate to.
Well, yeah, let's give him an example for him. I'm assuming he's probably got a feminist viewpoint. So how do you expect someone from a really patriarchal, in your view, sexist society, how would you expect him to just come over into a feminist society and there not being any problems?
So I would like to say that, again, I think a small amount of multiculturalism is completely fine, but when it becomes to completely overwhelm the culture that it was initially founded in that land and that country, then it becomes a bad thing. Yeah, every country has a monoculture. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's what makes it the country itself, besides the the fucking borders and the government. Granted, America is a little bit more of a unique case. Our culture is a lot more sporadic. We have a lot of different. I mean, our country is fucking enormous, so we have a lot of different subcultures compared to the overarching ones we have.
You're spreading fear/xenophobe, dude. We're just talking with you. I thought I provided. I thought I provided a good example too. I didn't even specify like any race, religion, anything. I just said like if someone came to your very feminist city and that person was very sexist, do you think they would get along in your city, or do you think that would cause problems?
Like, I'm not trying to spread fear. What I'm trying to do is trying to make you realize that there's real consequences towards these actions, if that makes any sense. If you think I'm spreading fear, maybe it's fear that I'm evoking within you because you're realizing the thought experiment. I mean, I could be wrong, but again, I think an overarching culture for a society is a good thing. Because if there's so many different people who immigrate and don't choose to integrate into the society as a whole, like I said, basically the bonds that keep the society together will begin to tear itself apart, and you're no longer going to have cohesion anymore. Immigrants have a much higher proportion of trans folks escaping unintelligible origin situations, but here's the thing though, that may be, but wouldn't you want to prioritize your own country first compared to others? Again, love those people, but like you can't just go break your back helping someone else when you got to keep an eye on your own family. That's disrespectful to them, if that makes any sense.
Well, also, if that's the case, you say that America is becoming a very transphobic, hostile place. Why would we want trans people here then? Wouldn't we want them to go to some other country that's more welcoming to them? I mean, it seems kind of unproductive to funnel people into a place where they're going to be hated and attacked.
Mm-hmm. Also, Zach, would like to say I appreciate you having this civil conversation with us. It's refreshing to have, honestly. America come for the fascism, get arrested and kicked out by fascists. So when it comes to fascism,
people are coming for the fascism? I'm confused now. Like, I'm not trying to straw man or something. I'm genuinely confused what you mean. You there, Giga?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, I'm checking because I messed with something in the Discord. I wasn't sure if I accidentally disconnected.
It's all good, man. At least people have constitutional rights here as citizens. Well, that's true, and that's one of the biggest reasons why a lot of people decide to come here as a result. But my fear is that the more people we let in that have difference of viewpoints compared to the people in America, those constitutional rights will begin to go away. Example of that would be like Sharia law, for example. More people
not
who
very.
really staunchly believe in that, if they come over and they begin to overwhelm the numbers, then the country that was founded in different beliefs can steadily shift to those reflecting somewhere in the Middle East, basically reflecting the massive amount of population that's moving into that country to begin with.
Not very welcoming to gays or trans people or the feminist ideologies you believe in either. So,
obviously there's different beliefs, but I think if you're gonna move in, I mean, I think it's personally. I think it's fine to pay homage to where you came from. I can have I don't know. Granted, I mean, France has a different view on this. I think Chinatowns are fine to a certain degree. I don't think they're hurting anything. I think having little small pockets of culture, especially in America, is refreshing to see. Because again, we know we have a lot of different cultures, but as long as doesn't kind of break out and try to, I want to say this, as long as it doesn't. What the hell? Hold on. Don't tell me.
Yeah, well, he's doing that. Zach, real quick, since we're talking a lot about constitutional rights, I'm curious, do you support my constitutional rights to have a gun? Or anyone? You also have Japantown in San Francisco? That sounds pretty cool, actually. Like, I'm not the weeb type, but Japan does have a very interesting, cool culture. But yeah, Zach, I'm curious, do you believe in, like, all the constitutional rights, or is it the ones that support your ideology?
I'm back.
Welcome back. To get you catch up, I'm trying to ask Zach if he supports, since he keeps bringing up the Constitution, like my constitutional right to own a firearm, or if it's just the constitutional amendments that would support his point.
Okay. We also have a Jap town. Yeah, like small pockets like that. What I was trying to say is I think they're completely fine as long as you don't overwhelm the culture that they immigrated into, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, you shouldn't be trying to force your culture upon other people. Like I wouldn't immigrate to somewhere like since we just brought up Japan, I wouldn't immigrate to Japan and then try to force American culture on them. That would be wrong.
Well, no, like in Japan, for example, they've been there for thousands of years and have had, thousands of years of time to build up their culture, and it's very unique and beautiful, and I don't want to tarnish that. Also, they really don't like tourists.
Yeah.
A lot of fucking assholes go there and they're not really respectful.
I'm calling it a night. Good night, Patriots. See you,
All
sort
right,
of.
see you, man.
You have a good one. You can that's not. They're legal and regulated. That's a little bit contradictory. They're not very free.
Where is SF? What is he talking about?
San Francisco. I'm
San
assuming,
Francisco?
unless there's a different SF city he's talking about.
I'm just good with them.
Well, California doesn't really believe truly in your Second Amendment. I mean, they want you to have your handgun that you would use for self-defense in your car in a lockbox, unloaded. Like, if you're getting chased down by someone that wants to kill you, are you going to run all the way out of the building back to your car and then somehow unlock the box, load the handgun, and then shoot the attacker? Like, you're probably dead by then.
Yeah. San Francisco. Okay. There's 0 other special restrictions on gun purchasing, owning ammo. Personally,
I know people that live there. Your ability to own a handgun or any other gun also depends on on permits. You need to apply a permit that could often take months to get approved for before you can even buy a handgun or shotgun. At least from a licensed dealer. Now, private sales is a bit different because how are you going to track that? Like,
also California.
all right. Well, I'm glad we agree on this then. We're finding some common ground now.
Honestly, they're going so above and beyond with that shit. I mean, literally not even any point of having it unless you're in your fucking house.
And the crime has only gotten worse.
Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate thing though. A lot of major Democrat politicians or mayors that run cities like Chicago, for example, or what's another one? What's another Democrat city that's really kind of overrun with gun violence? Detroit. Detroit, for example, they often like to blame the influx of guns coming in from their cities from red states, but they have failed to realize that there's literally more guns here than people. We have one of the lowest violent crime rates of any urban center in America. Our population is the same as the entire state of Alaska, and overall crime is lower here. I don't know if I trust
I don't
that. That sounds
know
really
that.
contradicted to everything I believe. Or not that
from everything I've seen, you're going to need to define lowest violent crime rates. Are you talking about like in the bottom 50 or like the bottom 50%? Or
moderates and conservatives, I wouldn't really consider Newsom Newsom the Nuisance, a moderate conservative. Chess Bolden was recalled as DA in 2022. That's true, but I feel like if there was moderates and conservatives in power, the stupid restrictions of guns would be a lot lightened.
I mean,
Like,
there are
for example,
exceptions
they
to
banned
that.
Glocks
Like,
recently as well, which is
Yeah.
fucking stupid. Just because you could get a switch.
which
Like,
is already illegal to do, by the way. So,
yeah, it's a pistol. Like, I don't know.
Also, the excuse is a very dangerous, slippery slope. The excuse was that they're easily convertible. Now, the problem with that is the AR-15 sitting next to me on my wall, all I have to do is drill a third hole in there and put in an auto-sear, and then...
paperclip.
And then, yeah, well, you can do it with coat hangers, too. I haven't done it. I haven't done it, feds. But you can do it. It's very easily convertible, so that's a dangerous, slippery slope.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, I was talking about the slippery slope of how ARs are easily convertible to full auto too. So that's a dangerous train of logic.
Yeah, I don't know. From what I understand,
in fact, some guns can be made full auto just by parts breakages. Like, you could not even do anything to modify it. It could just be wear and tear that accidentally turns it into one. So,
Newsom vetoed at AB 957 the bill that would require courts to make it to take into account a parent's acceptance of their child's gender when ruling on custody.
I don't know that one, so I can't make any arguments there. I do know he has pushed through a lot of pro-trans, pro-LGBT, all this other stuff too. So I don't think vetoing one thing is proof of a pattern of behavior, especially when the current pattern of behavior is mine died. Especially when the current pattern of behavior is the pro left-wing ideology in general.
Besides doing some photo op gay marriages, doing the popular thing was more important for him than doing the right thing for gay marriage. We are just lucky. He is a No, he's not. There's no way.
He's not. He's not a Republican. I think that's a bit of an exaggeration, but
yeah. I mean,
I will say,
sorry, continue.
I'm sure there's some cases of that. Like, one thing we on the right also get upset about is similar to what you're getting mad about, which is that there's a lot of cases where the people on our side will pretend to get a lot done, but then instead they're just doing what can essentially be reduced down to an ad campaign. Like, a lot of it's very performative. I don't deny that that happens on the left wing too. I mean, look at Trump pretending to be fucking pro-gun and then electing Take the Guns First Bondi as Attorney General.
Yeah. Okay, he's great with wealthy elite gays as long as they are what does that mean?
I don't know. I've never heard that one before. I'm gonna have to look it up.
I'm not really either. Also, again, it's possible that Newsom might be more conservative than led on to me. I'm not gonna lie. I'm guilty of not really looking into his policies. I'm like genuinely, I'm just kind of went off of what everyone else said about him, which granted I shouldn't do.
I mean, I know Trump's trying. Not Trump. I'm sorry, I was slightly reading Zach's message. I know Newsom has been trying to appear at least more right-wing recently to gain more support from the right-wing crowd, especially after Fuentes, for whatever reason, endorsing him, even though they're complete polar opposites in politics. But
Fuentes endorsed Newsom?
yeah, like a few months ago he was endorsing Newsom, and people would criticize him for it, for being a moron about it, and then he's just like, you wouldn't get it, man. Like, it was very, very dumb.
I don't understand it though. Like, I don't know. Newsom just isn't a conservative from everything I've seen him push. He really likes to talk about, he really likes to shit on Trump too. I don't really know too many conservatives that do shit on him because at least the stuff Trump says he's going to do is kind of aligns with conservative values. So I don't know why a conservative or moderate would be shitting on Trump if he believes in what he's trying to set out to do. I don't know. Yup, Newsom needs those Ohio votes from dipshits that watch Fox News and think SF is a hellscape, or San Francisco is a hellscape. And now he's the new sheriff in town. Who needs Republican enemies when you got Newsom? That's an interesting viewpoint. Honestly, I'd never considered it like that.
I mean,
this is why it's good to talk to people.
I mean, San Francisco is definitely not a great place. Like, sorry to bust your balls on it, man, but like, I used to live in California for half my life. In fact, I just visited out there recently. Granted, didn't visit San Francisco this time, but I have been to San Francisco multiple times, and it's not the greatest place, especially now that I've been over the country, other areas like more northern Texas, I think, and northern Tennessee as well. Granted, where I am now isn't the best place either, but I feel more comfortable here than than San Francisco. Yeah, I feel more comfortable in Tennessee than in Tennessee. Great job, me. We're doing great right now.
Hey, is the poop map of San Francisco or LA? I think it's LA.
It's San Francisco, I'm pretty sure.
Poop
I know
map.
it's somewhere in
Zach,
California.
have you heard of the poop map? There's like a map basically of like so you know how on Google Maps there's like this, whenever you click on something or you choose a destination you want to go to, there's like this red mark. There's basically like a brown mark that basically covers the entire city of San Francisco, dude. It's awful. Either that or LA. I don't remember which one it is, but if it's true, oh my god. It's bad.
Can we both agree that far, far north California, Eureka specifically, is fucking terrifying?
Far north? Where?
Very far north California, specifically the city of Eureka. I was there with my grandmother and aunt a few months ago, and we were going to dinner. Dude, there were like these homeless guys like reaching for something in their coat, just fucking following behind us the whole time. Dude,
sounds like the Seattle experience.
Dude, I had my hand like reached down into my pocket constantly on my knife the entire fucking time.
I don't blame you, dude.
Dude, that shit was so sketchy. Like, and then they'd come from an alleyway and cut you off in front of you, like mumbling some stuff to themselves. So fucking sketchy, dude.
Oh yeah, I'm fucking kidding. Yeah, I had my fair share of experiences with homeless people and tweakers when I went out to Seattle.
I will say, with how expensive it is in California, I can't entirely blame people for being homeless. I don't know how people fucking survive out there.
I don't know, dude. With homelessness, I've heard the majority of people who genuinely don't want to be homeless are out of the streets in about like a month or two. And I've heard the majority of people are there mainly due to their own choosing, or they let their addictions get the best of them. They prefer their addictions over actually getting ahead of life.
Well, the
I don't
problem
know.
is
Never
too
been homeless.
that a
I
lot
can't
of
really go too
policies
hard.
in California have been pushed that just kind of encourage them staying homeless, like safe injection zones where they just get to do drugs all day, and then handing them out free cash and phones to the point where It becomes more profitable to be homeless sometimes and work a job.
Yeah.
And then also everything in California gets more expensive because of stuff like the attempts to make housing for the homeless. And then they just put so much money into it that it becomes too expensive for the homeless. And because all the taxpayer money was used for that, the taxes go up.
A lot of homeless people are sheltered in hotels. You see, I kind of have a problem with that. I don't know if that makes me an asshole.
Well, it's a double-edged sword. Like, if they're homeless, not by their own choosing, like I feel bad for them. And here's the thing: if they're like actually trying to get back on their feet and they're in the hotels, I don't care. Get yourself back up on your feet.
If they're just taking advantage of people's generosity, though, then that's when I get pissed.
Yeah, if you're on the taxpayer dime, not trying to make a life for yourself at all, then no, that's wrong.
Oh yeah. I've heard accounts from a lot of people. Granted, it's online. I've really talked to them in person, but I've heard that a lot of people who are homeless are genuinely evil. I've heard stories of people like literally be like getting off the streets to get away from them.
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of that. Like I'd imagine being homeless and going through all that abuse would eventually do something to your mind to mess you up.
Zach, getting back on their feet isn't a priority for a lot of them.
That's a problem. We need to find a way to encourage them to want to get back on their feet, because being homeless shouldn't be the ideal for anyone.
No. Also, I feel bad for saying this, but they're kind of an eyesore. I don't want to be going around a block in a beautiful neighborhood and I see like a bunch of fucking
it's also just
green and orange tents propped up with a bunch of garbage littered around it. It's
also just sketchy again. Like my experience up in Eureka in Northern California. That's probably the sketchiest situation I've ever fucking been in.
Oh man.
Zach, I'm not trying to be a dick, but I'd like to wrap the stream up soon since we have been going, god damn it, 4 hours and 20 minutes. It will be 4:21 when we're talking about homeless people and the drug addiction problem. Yeah, we got to wrap it up soon. Listen, man, if you have questions, just send me a DM, dude. Okay? You don't have to spam my chat. Send me a DM. It might take me a minute, but I'll get to you eventually, dude.
Also, Zach, thank you for being so fucking chill, man.
Yeah.
We really appreciate you just being willing to have a civil discussion with us. That's something we desperately need nowadays in America. Just be willing to sit down and civilly discuss your beliefs. That's what we fucking need, man.
Yeah. Also,
stop
sorry.
doing that. We stop running for each other.
Also, sorry for the crash out with the mini accounts. Listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. It was annoying. You probably should have just fucking DM'd me, but at the same time, I did probably take it a little bit far.
You can't have alcohol or drugs as a homeless person unless you live in a tent. They shouldn't be giving that stuff to begin with, in my opinion. That's why you should try to hand them food instead of money.
That's what I've done. There's a homeless guy out here in Tennessee that's been on the corner, and I've given him like a bag of chips before. I thought it was funny seeing you get pissed. I have been told I am pretty funny when I'm mad.
But he does get comically mad.
But yeah, unironically, I'm not gonna ban you from the Discord as long as you're chill. If you want to talk, just at me in the Discord or send me a DM. All right.
You can't have alcohol drugs. Homeless choose tents because cops can search without a warrant. You can't bring pets. You're filmed. You can't bring a loved one or partner. The shelters make you leave by 7 a.m. I work in the homeless services and give my clients my own money secretly. So, as long as you trust them, I'd say that's a great thing you're doing. As long as you know they're not going to like waste that on like gambling, booze, or drugs.
Yeah, if you think they're
Commendable
if you
of
know
you.
they're like an addict, it's probably not a good idea to give them just straight cash.
Of course.
Maybe like a gift card would be a better idea. Like maybe gift card to a grocery store or something. I know they'll spend it on drugs. Probably shouldn't be giving them money then.
You probably shouldn't, my boy. Should probably stick to giving them food instead, something that'll actually keep them alive and nourish them.
Anyway,
Oh,
yeah,
man.
I'm gonna wrap up the stream. Again, if you have any questions, at me in the Discord DM. Just don't spam my stream chat, please. All right. For anyone that may or may not still be watching this, I don't think there is anyone else. Have a great night. This stream was quite the experience.
I agree.
Yeah, we chilling now.
Yeah, we're chilling.